Good evening. I would like to welcome you to the September 18th, 2025 Barnstable Town Council meeting. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting. Would everyone take their seats, please?
So these property owners and this is residents?
This is residents and these are
Thank you.
voters.
In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Seeing no one, this meeting is being recorded and televised live via Xfinity Channel 8, Channel 1070, and High Definition Channel 1072. It may also be accessed via the Government Access Channel live stream feed on the town website and the Barnstable, or my Barnstable app, and the dedicated Barnstable streaming app. Councilor Lutke, if you could. Oh. All right.
Councilors: Bloom,
Here.
Burdick,
Present.
Clark,
Here.
Crow,
Here.
Levesque,
Here.
Ludke,
Here.
Mendez,
Here.
Neary,
Here.
Penn, here, Schnepp,
Yes.
Starr,
Here.
Tamish,
Here.
Turkelson.
Here.
13 yes.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Lutke, if you would.
Thank you, President Tamish. I'm going to introduce our veteran to you. Let me just say a little preface about Ann, because you're going to see that she joined the military at a time when very few women joined the military, and I asked her why, and she said because she had a brother in the service, and she thought she could do that too. It's absolutely amazing. And she said I could share her age. She's 88 years old, and that would make her our second oldest veteran. I don't think anybody's going to beat Freeman at 105, but
You can
Ann
try.
is a close second. So please remain seated while we hear a little bit about Ann. Sergeant Ann McLaughlin entered the Army in Birmingham, Alabama in 1955. It was there that she completed her basic training. She was then assigned to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas, to be trained as a medic. She continued with assignments at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and Fort Lawton in Seattle, Washington. She was shipped out of Seattle to serve in the Pacific. Her final tour of duty was at the Ryukyu Islands in the Pacific. She arrived there in the back of a cargo aircraft wearing a skirt. And those who haven't, I have, you travel in the back with the cargo, you're sideways, you're sitting on the side of the aircraft facing the cargo. And I'm sure the Army wanted her to be dressed in her skirt to do this, so she did that. Okay. She was assigned to the U.S. Army Hospital as a medic. The hospital where she worked was initially composed of Quonset huts. The Army built a new hospital during her time there, and she completed her medic duties in the maternity department. Ann left the Army in 1958, just as Force Reconnaissance Marines and Green Berets from the Army were leaving for Vietnam from the base where she was assigned. Ann's promotion to sergeant in the short span of 3 years of her Army service is to be commended. This meant she was ready to be a leader instead of being led. Ann lives in the village of Hyannis. Let's give a big welcome to Sergeant Ann McLaughlin.
We're now going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you'd remain standing for a moment of silence. If we could, I'd like you to remember all those who lost their lives on September 11th, which we have recently commemorated. All the police and firefighters who have died and continue to die from the effects of working at the World Trade Center site. Also, keep those who are near and dear to you in your hearts. Thank you. Public comment. Please sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. Written comments are always welcome at council@town.barnstable.ma.us and will be distributed to the entire council. I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You're free to express your thoughts, opinion, and criticism during public comment. However, your comments must be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You may not speak directly to any individual counselor. You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in this room, not to town staff, and not to another member of the audience. Public comment is for the council. We also ask that members of the public refrain from making audible comments during the meeting unless they have been recognized to speak by the presiding officer. Thank you. And now we will go to public comment. Ms. Barboza?
I swear to you, I was trying to wait. I did not want to pop up here. I felt I'll be polite, but I have no problem going first. Okay, anyway. Okay, first, I want to say thank you to Betty over there, because last meeting, I was quite upset about some of the stuff that was going on, and she did correct
Mary Ann, could
something.
you just identify yourself for the record?
Oh, hi, I'm Mary Ann Barboza. How are you? I'm sorry. I'm not good at this stuff. But anyway, I want to thank her because she did correct something I said. She knew I meant to say the conservation because they did lie. I'm well aware of what the zoning board and everyone's role is. I just had the zoning board on my mind because I don't like the zoning board. I ain't no sense in lying about it. I don't like them. But I wanted to talk about that, and I also wanted to say thank you to Jeff because, and many of you, but he recognized through his comments that he understood, and he was brave enough to say it. And I've worked with Jeff on many other issues where this body and many other bodies in this town are not trusted, which is why when the water situation and all that was going on, it was such an outcry, and we were all so angry because none of the boards are really trusted because everybody does not. Everyone that's on these boards is there to serve the community. Everyone doesn't do that. Some have their personal friends. Some want to keep it nice over here and nice over there and whatever. That's not what you do. You got to take the heat. And I appreciate when he said that, but I've worked with him before, and he will fight behind the scenes. A lot of you will. But I thank you for acknowledging that publicly. And I thank you for correcting me. But now I want to make sure this public comment doesn't knock us out of talking about what we got to talk about later. I can come back up and talk
It's a
about
public hearing.
Okay, because that's mainly what I want to discuss. So I'm trying to be very mellow. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening. My name is Sharon Harrison. I presented last month about 87 Oakville Ave, where I live, and 70 Oakville Ave, which was the site of the meager industrial site, okay? And I can't believe, honestly, in a month's time, the change that has already come through. There's no noise back there. Most of his paraphernalia is out of there. There's no trucks really coming out of there. There's no huddle going in the morning. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you first to the anonymous callers that also complained about this, unbeknownst to me. Okay, I want to say thank you to them because I really, well, we won't go there. Then I want to say thank you to John Crow. Thank you for listening to me that first day that we met and coming home and seeing what I am up against, was up against. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Kristen, for your email. That really meant a lot to me of support. Okay, so the first thing has been won. He is not there, or he is vacating. We have some residual to fight, and that is that John Lumbert Road has been used for a track, okay, and so Barnstable needs to take that back over, and the annihilation of the ancient way that goes past, that does no longer go behind my house. It goes to the right and to the left, but not behind my house. That I am still looking for correction of, and I am looking forward to, I'm not against change. I just want you to know. My community, my neighborhood is a beautiful neighborhood, but it's a neighborhood where I want people to live. And so I look forward to working with you and possibly contractors as well to bring out the very best that we can do for Oakville Ave. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Tamish, councilors. My name is Brian Hughes, and I'm a resident of Hyannis. I will talk briefly about the project at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, Hyannis, specifically about the designation of the stream running through this property as an intermittent stream on its way to Aunt Betty's Pond. We've been told this stream has been classified as intermittent, and this allows the builder to construct more buildings and closer to the stream than if it was classified as a permanent stream. We've heard many longtime residents testifying to the permanent nature of this stream. They have seen over the years how this stream is present year-round. Several town maps also quite clearly show the stream, further indicating that it is and was well known as a permanent feature. I am reminding of a foundational statement I heard over and over while I was working on a defense contract several years ago. Trust, but verify. This reinforces the idea that when you are involved in a critical project, you must ensure that the base of your efforts is in fact rooted in fact. You don't assume that what you hear is false. Rather, you independently need to verify any claims. For instance, I've heard from multiple sources that a mosquito control body classified the stream as intermittent. I phoned the Barnstable County Mosquito Board today. The spokesperson I talked with told me that they do not, in fact, classify streams. She further told me that the town of Barnstable did not have an independent mosquito body. Rather, they are upon the county board as do other Cape towns. So in sum, I believe the town needs to verify what is correct before permitting this project from going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Tamish and members of the council. My name is Laura Schufelt, and I'm from West Barnstable. I'm here today in opposition to agenda number 2025-195 regarding a development agreement with Shoestring Properties. I object for the following reasons. Number one, the applicant has not demonstrated compliance with the special permit he was given in May of 2020 for the Cape Cod Times property, which was conditioned for compliance with the inclusionary ordinance. No regulatory agreement, which is the affordable housing restriction, has ever been recorded. The units haven't been rented to eligible tenants, and no approval for the units from the state was completed. Will moving them ensure compliance? How do we guarantee that? Number 2, regarding dockside. Off-site units for compliance with the inclusionary ordinance are meant to be comparable to the units being developed. Since the last hearing, I have learned that the applicant requested clarification from the state regarding whether the swap proposed would meet the state's definition of comparable, thereby approving them for the subsidized housing inventory. The answer was no, because they do not consider rental units comparable to homeownership units. Therefore, the requested swap is invalid, since the inclusionary units must be approved by the state for inclusion on the SHI according to our ordinance. If the town council is inclined to approve any part of this agreement, I offer the following comments on the published draft agreement and suggested additions. Number 1, for dockside, either include the affordable homeownership units at dockside with protections from unreasonable condo fees for the affordable owners, or require a payment in lieu of units using the formula from my previous letter at the last hearing, or require comparable off-site homeownership units approved by you, the town council. Number 2, given the applicant's failure to abide by the current special permit, the development agreement should require a third-party state-certified agency be hired by the applicant to be responsible for the affordable units lease-up and certification of tenants and compliance with fair housing laws, with reporting annually to the Affordable Housing Trust. In addition, the development agreement should have clear methods of enforcement should there be violations. And lastly, the draft agreement has many errors in it and would need editing before you approve it. Most egregious is the definition of eligible tenants as households earning below 100% area median income versus the ordinance required limit of 65%. At 100%, they would not be eligible for the subsidized housing inventory, nor would they meet our ordinance. I'd also like to voice my support for Agenda Item 2026-029, the acceptance of the housing production plan. Having an approved plan, even if it isn't perfect, is a statement that the council and the administration of this town are serious about addressing the affordable housing crisis and have a plan to move production and preservation forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Juliette Farrell. I am a resident of Marston's Mills, formerly of Mitchell's Way in Hyannis. I'll keep it brief because I know I've spoken before on the subject of the Stewart Creek watershed and Pleasant Hill Road, and you know where I stand. But I'm just going to reiterate, because I know it's coming up for a vote tonight, and that you're looking at our petition. I wanted to let you know that I gathered signatures for that petition, and I was at several different locations, and there was overwhelming support from the community for protecting this wetland. Overwhelming. Like, I could have gotten 3 times as many names on that petition. And we were running out of paper. So the community wants this wetland protected. I have no qualms, no doubts whatsoever about this. Regarding what the gentleman said about the intermittent nature of the stream, I used to live there. I've been familiar with this body of water for decades. I've never seen it dry. I do also understand that there's a national listing of this body of water as year-round, as permanent. So I don't understand how it's intermittent with the town when the national has it permanent. Doesn't make sense to me. I think that in light of the sensitive and delicate nature of fresh drinking water and the watersheds on this little sandbar of ours, that we should be protecting all water sources that are part of our watershed, looking ahead to supplying fresh, clean drinking water to everyone here. And it is my opinion that rather than destroying this wetland for commercial gain, we should be restoring it, because I am sure that herring and trout used to run in it, that eels used to run in it, and restoring that ecosystem would go a long way to protecting our fresh drinking water and keeping the essence of Cape Cod that is so wonderful, why people come here in the first place. Please, please do the right thing and protect this water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Town Councilors. My name is Karen Kim McGuire. I live in Hyannis, and I'm co-president of Save Twin Brooks. I would like to read to you a letter that was addressed to you today by a resident in Osterville, and also it came across my desk. And I think this letter speaks to the need to preserve and protect our wetlands, as well as the integrity and the voice of our neighbors. Dear President Tamish, Co-President Clark, and other distinguished councilors, after a thorough review of the many letters pertaining to this item, there is no question that item 2026-28 to establish the permanent wetlands conservancy at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane has merit. The argument that this property is a wetland with intermittent flow is ludicrous. Even if you approach this item using the most basic research possible by viewing this items on Google Maps, a stream or river is clearly notated. Add to that the numerous attesting neighbors who wrote of a stream running year-round between their properties, and it's easy to see that something is amiss here with this proposed development. The many issues with this proposal are too numerous to list, but they've also been recognized by Councillor Turkelson and Councillor Penn in a letter of concern regarding this project. In addition, according to town property maps, please also note that the Town Conservation Commission has actually acquired 4 abutting parcels at Hampton Circle to conserve them. Another parcel nearby at Hampton Circle was also acquired and protected by the town as well because of its location on Crooked Pond, which is also only a short distance from 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. As a lifelong resident of Barnstable and a graduate of Barnstable High, I thoroughly support the efforts of my former classmates from the Deleuze, Brito, and Deleuze-Reed families, along with the scores of others who have voiced and documented their concerns. Many of the letters are submitted by folks who clearly know a great deal more, both about engineering and drainage and the laws regarding wetlands and conservation. Although you're simply deciding tonight whether or not this petition has merit, it's a vital first step in triggering closer examination of this proposal as a whole. When you consider this vote this evening, I encourage each councilor to remind yourself of the importance of the Eugenia forts in the history of our town and consider what she might say about draining local wetlands and developing them. While she may not be present physically tonight, it's our duty and obligation to remember the spirit of her dedication to our community and be sure not to ignore the concerns of her neighbors who are also speaking out as she did for decades. There is no question that this agenda item has merit, and anyone who has reviewed the documents pertaining to this matter can only vote that it indeed deserves a much closer look. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend tonight's meeting in person or via Zoom, but I appreciate your consideration of this item and encourage a unanimous vote supporting the merit of this request. Respectfully submitted, Bruce Cole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening, President Tamish, trusted council members. I wrote in an email. I hope it was circulated. I am
Roberta,
my
would you
name
just
is Roberta
identify
Mock.
yourself?
I live at 80 Greenwood Ave in Hyannis. I'm in opposition to 2025-195. I had read about the letter of opposition that was written in before that was just again brought up. I wasn't aware of years ago when the trade winds was in a similar circumstance that we were compensated, the Affordable Housing Trust was compensated for the value of the affordable housing that whatever deal they did, this deal that is presented as it is right now is a joke. Getting 2 bedrooms added and getting out of the development agreement that this gentleman has proposed is not a good deal for the town of Barnstable. We're all, especially in this environment, that we're trying to find housing for people, not necessarily just apartments, but actually become, ownership. I don't think that this agreement has merit, and I feel like we're having one put over on us. Please don't let this pass. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, how's everyone tonight? As always, I don't plan on coming up, but my name is Maria Reed, and I was walking over the bridge, because the little bridge, as we sang when we were kids, over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go, because we literally went over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house. And I have a 4-year-old granddaughter, and as a kid, I used to walk through that stream. It was like a rite of passage just to walk, because the sand is there. It's not mucky on the stream. There's actually sand. And I walked over the other day with my 4-year-old granddaughter, and we always stop at the stream. I have years of pictures of the stream. I'm an artist, so I'm always looking at the way the light hits, how the swans, everything all along the way. And she said to me, she says, Greemy, she calls me Geemy, where's the water? And I said, well, it's gone. She goes, well, how did it go? Where is it? And I said, well, they took it, because basically you did. You just took the water. And they said, why did they take it? Where did they put it? Well, they said they put it in the pond, but it's not in the pond either. So when is it coming back? And I said, well, I don't know when it's coming back. Now, I've walked through that little stream, and my 14-year-old, I always make them put their feet in the stream. It's like they don't really want to go, because you have to go down. And so she says, well, I won't be able to walk into the stream. And I said, no, not right now. Maybe one day we'll be able to walk in the stream again.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How you doing?
Good.
That's good. I'd like to thank you all for being here this evening.
Jeff, would you just state your name and village?
Oh, Jeffrey Duluth, Hyannis, Mass. Yeah, resident of 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. We've been just going over and over this situation for quite some time. And I'd like to thank some of you for coming down and walking through the property. I walked with Mr. Neary the other day, who showed up. And I took him down through the back pond and showed him all the areas that were gone, the water. I pointed over there. I said, that's where I launched my kayak. There's no water. It's gone. It was 3 feet of water, gone. And I said, this is where they put the buildings. I said, the corner building. And I said, yeah, they want 2 4-story buildings and a 90-car parking lot running right down along the edge of the stream. Right up to, I said, my God. And she looked, I said, I can't believe this is happening. I said, yeah. Mr. Levesque came by, and we walked through the entire place, and he apologized to me. He says, I would never have voted for this if I had known this was going to happen. He looked at the trees and said, 40-foot building, they're taller than the trees. I said, they're going to be right here. It's a dead-end street. You're going to clear cut the entire area from trees to pavement and then putting 2 4-story buildings right on the wetland, which was purposely drained dry. There's not an ounce of water in that and not an ounce of water in the stream. Now, we had a big meeting over at the Kennedy skating rink with Mr. DeSantos, who was over there, and he promised us, he said, well, I just moved the water, we're gonna put it back. I said, how you hell are you gonna put it back? I said, you took the water, 10 million gallons, put it into Aunt Betty's pond. Now, that pond ran as a herring run, so it has an outlet to the ocean. So all the water you put in there went right out the herring run, right through under North Street, under South Street, into Twin Brooks, out to Stewart's Creek, out into Nantucket Sound. Now, how in the hell are you going to put the water back if it's already left? Elvis has left the building. You're not putting no water back in that pond. That's gone. I got pictures of it flowing through that parking lot like a river, just flowing through there, all the water gone. What really gets me is that this is a residential district. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses and the property that they want to develop. Why in the world would anyone, as I've mentioned before, residential and commercial housing does not mix? Because you get situations like this. So now now it was offered, the rezoning was made to turn a perfectly calm, beautiful place from residential to commercial to benefit a developer. That's all it was. He had the land. He couldn't make any money selling a single house or something. He wanted the big project to make the big money. So it was rezoned to make commercial in the middle of a residential area.
Mr. Deleuze, can you wrap it up, please?
Yeah. So this vote tonight has got me just upset because the destruction of the wetlands down there is just absolutely ridiculous. And to put a project like that there is just absolutely insane. It's absolutely nuts. And it's a perennial stream on the map. And now it was rezoned as an intermittent by the town, by the mosquito people. They said it was dry. And I'm out there in a kayak rolling around through the entire area. It was never dry.
Your time is up, sir.
Well, I thank you very much, and I hope that your vote tonight represents the continuity of 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, because a project like this does not belong there.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Heather Swenson in Centerville. I, too, wasn't planning on talking today, but listening to everybody. Today, I spent my day in Warren, Massachusetts, walking 31 acres of land. My husband's father purchased that land in 1970, and my husband's family has kept that land ever since. There is nothing on it. There is a dirt road that goes to it. There are 2 other houses somewhat within the area. That's it. It is in a forestry program. My father-in-law bought it so that there was a place for him to bring his children, his grandchildren, mine, so that they could have open space and a place to enjoy streams, rocks, trees. My 28-year-old daughter took the day off from work to meet us out there, to meet with the forester, to walk that open space. Open space is good. And I'm hoping that you on the board also are good stewards of the land, the way my father-in-law and now my husband, who has inherited that land. Open space is okay, and it's good to have wetlands, and it's good to have land for other people to enjoy, as well as nature to enjoy. Every square inch does not need to have a building on it, especially on Cape Cod. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Joe Diggs, Osterville. Also, my sister Sharon just got finished speaking a couple minutes ago. So I thought it was important for me to stand up and speak just for a second because I have actually dealt with both of these properties extensively. Between at one time we lived at Pitcher's Way next to Eugenia Forts. Therefore, we played in those creeks constantly. There were water in those creeks. End of story. Let's move on. But these are problems that we're having with the town in general. Being on Micah's Pond, looking forward, we constantly practice a practice of let's understand what's going on with the town now so we can protect our property, because what's going to happen next? What affordable home is going to come to our neighborhoods, the affordable neighborhoods, or what is the town actually going to do? I understand that you're under a bit of a gun with this affordable home situation. I'd like you guys to keep in mind that there are affordable homes or affordable people with affordable situations. However, they're not deemed affordable as the town needs them to be, so that they can come to the monies in which they like to get. With that said, we need to make sure that we don't continue the same rhetoric that keeps coming back and forth from person to person about what the town bylaws and the correct situations are, so that these situations won't continue to rear their ugly head. In our situation in Osterville, the Darby property goes 500 acres that goes around Micah's, Joshua's, and Sam's ponds, and they have these wonderful trails. In the situation that my sister spoke of, the trail unfortunately has been blocked for years, and it was because the town never came and picked the garbage up that was in the back of the town. Therefore, the trail would be open and people would walk through it instead of walking through my personal property, which I do have a sign up that says personal property, but I'm not the guy who's going to stop people from getting from one side of the pond to the other. So I let them walk through my property. But it's really the town's responsibility to make sure that those trails stay clear and safe, because it's the town's property. Of course, Josh Lombard Road, not John, but Josh Lombard Road is a road. And that's the reason why they were unable to build those houses on that the Meagers thought at one point, because those houses, those lots were blocked. They're landlocked. And they would have to build that road in order to build anything back there. So my comment today is very simple, is that these are problems that continue to arise, and good councils find a way to get to the root of the problem and fix them so that we don't have to keep dealing with these same issues. And it is kind of odd to me how they keep arising in minority properties and people who are underprivileged in this town. Please make sure that this doesn't become a return situation for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Hey, folks, doing today? Eric Schwab, Hyannis. Lisa DeLuce sends her regrets. She has pneumonia. She's been knocking on too many doors, getting her nomination papers in order. So she asked me to make a few comments. We've been running polls, trying to understand what the population wants. What do the residents want to happen in Stewart's Creek? So we ran polls on 2 platforms. I've never frankly seen results like this. 79% of the population that we polled, 79% agree that the Stewart's Creek watershed should be protected. What we don't know, where there's no agreement, is what's best, how best to do it. And I think that's the purpose of the petition you'll be considering later tonight. How do you, as our counselors, suggest we move forward with the request to protect this wetlands? I'll give you some data just real quick, because I know you're busy. 37% of the residents think a DCPC is the best way to protect that property. I would say 6 weeks ago, no one even knew what a DCPC was, and now they see it as a very, very valuable tool to fix stuff, to fix bad agreements. 37%. Another surprising number is 25% think that eminent domain is the best way to go. 25%. I mean, when have you ever seen 25% of any population agree that eminent domain is the way to go? There's always huge arguments about eminent domain, but 25% of the population say, just take it. make it go away, make the problem go away. Only 16% said they want to go through normal channels, open space, community preservation funding, whatever, 16%. And that compares to 7% who just wants to pave it and be done with it. Okay? So we did allow for all contingencies, but we think that's, given your reluctance around the DCPC that we saw at the last session, that maybe eminent domain is the way to go. And if you were to consider that, you will have support in the population. It wouldn't be some random crazy idea, because people just want this watershed protected. There are too many mistakes that have been made that have compounded, and it just needs to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Your favorite, John Julius from Hyannis, and I love living in Hyannis. I come before you tonight to address the absolute obscene, excessive, and ridiculous overbuilding and overdevelopment that's destroying our once great town, especially Hyannis. Not so much anymore. 4-story buildings do not belong in Hyannis. We need now to address this. And speaking of a DCPC, I first call to your attention on this town's own LCP, page 56 at the bottom, and it reads exactly. It's a powerful planning tool that allows a town, a group of towns, to adopt special rules and regulations that will protect natural, coastal, scientific, cultural, architectural, archaeological, historic, economic, or recreational resources or values of regional, statewide, or national significance. Barnstable has had and identified 4 DCPCs, and I remind you, this is in our LCP. In 2001, what I always refer to, this town council in 2001, it went on a ballot, and the town set a town-wide DCPC. The whole town, that was 2001. 2006, a DCPC for the pond area of Barnstable Village. 2009, a DCPC for Centerville Village with the purposes of respecting its historic character and supporting neighborhoods serving mixed use. And then in 2011, listen to this one. DCPC for Craigville Beach with the purpose of minimizing inconsistent development, which is happening right now in Hyannis, and it's disgraceful, it's despicable. Protecting scenic views and natural resources. Lastly, I want to talk about water. You know, I've been in here time and again talking about water. This comes from, again, the town's LCPC. This is a report we all paid for. And I'll get you this information. It's on page 60. Here's what it says. The initial test well drilling report projected water deficits close to 1.87 million gallons per day. That was 1.87 million gallons a day for Hyannis, which are projected to be 3.32 million gallons deficit water by 2040. Well, guess what? This report was done in 2020. My math tells me that now, 5 years later, the deficit right now is no longer 1.87. Right now, it's about 2.23. I'm not a math major, but it's pretty simple math to do. So that's where we're at right now, 2.23 million gallon water shortage a day. And again, this comes from our town's own LCPC. The last note, cost estimates for the new sites. Pay attention, especially Hyannis and the Hyannis councils. Cost estimates for new sites for the wells are $25.4 million, $19.6 million, and $22.2 million, respectively, without a guarantee that any of these sites will reach the projected demand gap of 2.16 million gallons a day. You know something? I'm about ready, if I have to take it on myself, to go to the dump and get signatures. Somebody mentioned it earlier. I think all of you should spend some time at the dump and start to ask people what they think about the ridiculous overdevelopment in this town.
Mr. Julius.
And I'll bet anybody here $10,000 right now would pass in a landslide. We need either a DCPC or a moratorium to stop this ridiculous 4-story buildings. You know, Pleasant Hill, that's total insanity. That's the definition of insanity. Thank you. Sorry about my passion, but that's just who I am. Thank you.
Nathan Hirschler, Council President, members of the Council. The Planning Board is one of the most powerful bodies in Barnstable. Its members shape where and how we live, what housing gets built, and whether our town grows responsibly or stalls out. That responsibility demands fairness and independence. The nominee before you tonight, Catherine Finkenstad, has not demonstrated those qualities. Her public record is consistent and unambiguous. She's opposed the 320-unit housing project near the hospital. She dismissed affordability provisions as meaningless. She's cast doubt on Barnstable's water capacity, contradicting staff analysis, and she called for halting growth altogether through a district of critical planning concern. At your last meeting, the DCPC maneuver was slipped into deliberation and met with overwhelming rejection from residents. Yet the nominee was actively promoting that same freeze online in tandem with Eric Schwab, the administrator of Barnstable Unofficial. Barnstable Unofficial is not a neutral community forum. It is a curated political space. Mr. Schwab is its administrator. Ms. Finkenstad is a moderator. Public records already document hundreds of pages of correspondence between Mr. Schwab and sitting councilors, with thousands more pages pending. Another moderator from that forum, Natalie Pittenger, has already been appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. This is not coincidence. It's a pattern of influence moving from a private online group into our most important boards and committees. The nomination process itself only compounds that concern. Other qualified civic leaders applied for this seat. One served as the lone independent voice on the ad hoc zoning committee. Another has years of service as the chair of the Democratic Town Committee. Both were set aside without public deliberation on the candidates. Instead, the nomination was pushed forward by 3 members of the Appointments Committee, Councilors Crow, Turkelson, and Bloom, without the involvement of the other members, Councilors Burdick or Mendes. This is not an open process. That is a faction advancing a predetermined outcome. Barnstable residents already said no to a development freeze. Advancing this nomination would put the planning board directly at odds with the public and further erode the trust of this council's commitment to fair, transparent appointments. I urge you to reject this nomination. Barnstable deserves a planning board that is independent, balanced, and committed to serving the public, not one shaped by insider networks and closed-door politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Lynn, online, please.
We do. First up is Bettina Abe. Bettina, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Bettina Abe of Hyannisport, and I want to thank you for your dedication to the town of Barnstable. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Safe Twin Brooks, Inc., in support of Agenda Item A, Old Business 2026-028, the petition to acquire and preserve 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. This property is a critical groundwater discharge area. According to hydrogeologist Tom Cambereri of Sole Source Consulting, it plays an essential role in feeding the surrounding wetlands and surface waters. When unpermitted dewatering recently occurred just downstream at 45 Mitchell's Way and 268 Stevens Street, for example, water levels dropped upstream at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane and Crooked Pond, indicating that the natural groundwater flow had been interrupted. That's hydrology. Groundwater enters the soil in recharge areas and exits in discharge areas, like this one, through springs, wetlands, and seep zones. Discharges like areas like Pleasant Hill Lane sustain wetland ecosystems, support aquatic life, and maintain stream flow during droughts. Not only is this about protecting plants, frogs, turtles, and species diversity, it's about protecting the drinking water flood resilience, and environmental health of Barnstable. The town's GIS shows that the Barnstable Conservation Commission already owns 7 wetland parcels in the immediate vicinity. So this land is not isolated. It's part of an existing and recognized conservation landscape. Acquiring it would complete a vital puzzle piece in a protected hydrological corridor, water which is connected to Stewart's Creek and Lewis Bay. Essentially, this property should be preserved, not paved. Let's not lose sight of the fact that this is a water issue, not just a land issue. You cannot displace groundwater and expect the surrounding wetlands to survive. And we, as a coastal community, cannot afford to sacrifice functioning groundwater discharge zones or further threaten our already polluted resources. Aunt Betty's Pond has very high PFAS, and our beaches are sometimes closed to E. coli. Therefore, preserving 32 Pleasant Hill Lane is not just good conservation, it's sound, strategic municipal planning. Please vote yes on acquiring this parcel for permanent protection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Asia Graves. Asia, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would love to be in person. I'm fighting off a flu, but I just wanted to speak and say I believe that if a developer owns a piece of land, they should be able to do what they want with it. As we are in a housing crisis, there are hundreds of people, if not thousands, who live in the area that are looking for housing. While some may say that the property is not affordable, there are other buildings being built. We don't need to stop all progress. The town has already stated we have enough water. There has been, according to the town, there is not a shortage of water in Barnstable. We need to, if we can, build tiny homes so that the community can build homes that are meeting the character and the height requirements that some people would like. For me, I would be happy if the property was turned into tiny homes so that we could all live in tiny home communities in Barnstable and have affordable housing as well as preserve nature. It's important to do both. We can't stop progress. The developer owns the land. Let the developer do what he would like, or people will just stop wanting to do anything in Barnstable. My whole goal is that we get more affordable housing, better zoning for affordable housing, and ensure that the people that are here remain housed. Let's work on housing and let's work on infrastructure together without fighting and disagreeing with the town. When the town tells us there's enough water, I believe that we should trust our town to do what is in favor and what is right by all of us. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Next, we have Samantha Arone. Samantha, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Samantha Arone. I am a resident of Hyannis. I am also one of the applicants that applied back in June to be part of the planning committee, and just wanted to ask a few questions. I was unsure about the process, how it all happens. I wasn't really made notice of any of the the interviewing process. I know that it goes public and people are able to make comments. I just really kind of wanted to touch base to see what that's like, and also to understand, what the person who was selected to be appointed, what the reasoning maybe behind all of that, qualification wise. I'm curious, as I'm a third generation builder. My background comes with not just construction, design, also estimating from a structural cost basis, and really just have been on Cape Cod again my entire life. Born right down the street, Cape Cod Hospital, have a family on the Cape, and just really again wanted to understand what everyone at the town is looking for when we're joining committees, when it comes to qualifications, and again, just kind of like the overall process of everything. So that was just kind of my question. I wanted to introduce myself, Samantha Aroni, and that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Those are all of our speakers on Zoom.
Okay. Any further public comment in the room? Yes.
My name is Dawn Erickson Taylor, and I live in Hyannis. And just some commentary. I am a member of the Barnstable unofficial website that multiple meetings that has been brought up. And I'm present. I come to town council meetings. I speak to issues that concern my family. I speak to issues that concern my neighborhood, my downtown community of Hyannis. And Mr. Schwab, I've grown to just know through the exchanges, is the administrator of that site. But I pride myself on being an independent, educated, informed woman, and I've seen snickers across the council in recent months when Mr. Schwab comes up. He's been a thorn in a lot of people's sides. Often, I don't think I would take the same tactics. My role right up here now is not to stand for Mr. Schwab. I think he can do that for himself. But he has brought to light concerning situations in the town. And Miss Asia Graves spoke to trusting the town. And I've had great conversations with many of you counselors, but there is a trust issue here in Barnstable. And I think we've got to get back to knowing we all come from different sides. And this is what's happening on a local level, and this is what's happening on a national level, is we've got to find common middle ground. And one side is not totally wrong, the other side's not totally wrong, but it's getting toxic in this town. And it's just, I'm going to continue to show up. But Mr. Schwab and all the people who are deferred to as uneducated and just kind of mindless followers on his site, that is not true. I will rival, I will go back and forth with someone, I will have an educated conversation, and I will always, as I think Mr. Schwab does, try to stand up and make things better in the town of Barnstable, and that will often put thorns in people's sides. But I think we have to appreciate that we're all coming from different sides, and I hope that the people that show up here are showing up because they have hopefully their town's best interests, but also fellow residents' best interests. So I just felt like that needed to be said tonight because I've been kind of stewing on it for a couple of months, but I do appreciate all of you as counselors because this is a thankless role. It's like the things I've seen, you hope you don't go home and sleep at night. It's like, that's not human. Nobody should say that to you. As passionate as we feel, I mean, that's just inhumane. I've seen an elderly lady being pushed off a bus in one city, a lady stabbed on a bus in Charlotte, and no one steps forward. And we can't become that kind of humanity. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Moore, and I live in Katuitt. I come here to speak before you fairly often, but not all the time. I seem to follow fantastic speakers more than anything else. Hard act to follow. My main point tonight is unrehearsed. Didn't expect to talk right away, but this deals with the attack on the appointment process and the attack on committees in general. There are in excess of 40 committees that are operating within the town. Many of them, almost all of them, are appointed by this council. Some of the others are staffed or created by the town manager. But the important thing is it's not easy to find people in the community who come forward and want to be on these committees. Some people have been on there for a couple of lifetimes and they think they own everything. They don't. That's a problem we have to deal with. Other people come on and they have a short fuse and they say, I've had enough, I'm pulling out. The challenge is getting good people on there, but the one thing that Nathan Herschler, I think, just came up and said, if you put everybody on a committee that has the same point of view, then you have no committee at all. You should have appointments that have different opinions, different views, and that they communicate them. There's a failure in this whole process of communication. There's a whole situation with the concept of debate or discussion is non-existent. And I'm going to reserve a comment when I come up on the matter with the Pleasant Hill isn't really pleasant at all. When I come up on that later, and I'm going to add some other comments dealing with that. But I think that comment to undermine this appointments committee, this is an outstanding group of people. And it's a 5-person committee, a 3-2 vote is what happens. So if there's 3 votes one way and 2 the other, that doesn't mean that the other 2 people didn't have a say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment?
Good evening, councilors. My name's John Richmond. I live in Hyannis. I'll try to be brief. So, the big issue that
Could you move the microphone a little?
The big issue that I haven't really seen discussed in this is that those of us who live in Hyannis and who've lived there for a long time feel that the town has always dumped any undesirable thing into Hyannis. And if you look at the reuse and all the things, all the building, all the affordable housing, not only is it in Hyannis, but it's in the traditional village of Hyannis, which runs from 28 to the water. Now, and to be fair, the majority of you represent a majority of your constituents who firmly believe that Hyannis is already ruined. It doesn't matter what we do to it, and they will be happily, proudly speak to you about how they don't go to Hyannis. And that's where all this resentment is coming from, really. And I do honestly feel that it's often being inappropriately expressed. I know that everybody here does the best that they can. I feel that you're wrong in thinking that private enterprise is going to build your way out of the housing shortage. It's all market housing. I honestly think you're going to have a bond issue and build it yourself, because private enterprise does a lot of things well, but it does not do public good well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else on Zoom? Thank you. Okay, I will close public comment. Council response to public comment. Anyone on my right? Council Lutke?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I thought Don's comments were absolutely spot on, exactly hit the mark. We need to listen to everybody, and I don't like it either that they degrade people who happen to be on Barnstable Unofficial. I mean, it does have a value, I think, in the community of bringing issues forward. And not everybody is an idiot. As you said, people have brains and they can make decisions and do their own research and things, you know, given an opportunity to do so. And John, absolutely, I'm representing Hyannis. I'm from Hyannis, and it's awful. Many of the commenters, Jeff Deleuze, it all goes back to zoning. That horrible downtown zoning is what happened there. And I'll speak more about that property when we get to that item. It's interesting, at the top of the comments, Marianne Barbosa said there's a problem with trust. And I think there is. And then Asia Graves says she trusts the town completely. So there we have it. Again, 2 opposing views at the top and the back of our comments here. So a lot to discuss, and it's all about making this a community we all want to live in. So thank you, everyone, for caring enough to come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on my right? On my left? Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you all for coming out tonight. I'd like to especially thank Ms. Harrison for coming up and giving us an update on her properties, and I hope that we can collectively continue to deal with some of the issues that you've had to deal with for many, many months, I believe. So, and also a shout out to Ms. Schufeld for bringing us some very tangible information that will be helpful in two of the items that we have to discuss tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Neary.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you for all that have spoken. We had some really good comments here tonight, and both Brian Hughes and finished up with Don. You know, my time on the council, I've come to realize a few things here, and we all have different life experiences. Some of us, maybe some of us bought our homes in the 70s when they were $60,000. Maybe some of us were gifted the homes. Maybe some of us don't have children to think about in terms of housing down the road. Maybe some of us didn't operate a business, ground it out, and paid payroll. So I think the overall picture, thank you, Dawn, is for everyone to kind of understand, or at least take a little bit of those pieces of the other person's story and try to understand them and try to find a medium somewhere in the middle where we can make decisions for the best of the town. Some funny things. I was born, well, I first moved to Gosnell Street in 1968. I bought a property on School Street in 1991. So I'm very familiar with the town, with the village of Hyannis. But I also have traveled to Falmouth, Chatham, Harwich. Off Cape could be Newport, could be Mystic, Newbury Street in Boston. Could be, oh goodness, the island. You know what? There's 4-story buildings over there. There are 5-story buildings there. And they're pretty nice. You know, we're looking at these god-awful carcasses that are blocking out the sun right now, you know? Plywood walls that seem to reach to the sky. But what will it become? Will we have first floor commercial space that people want to gather to? Will we have maybe some downward pressure that will hopefully make my children be able to afford to live here instead of go off Cape? These are all the things. I mean, this is real stuff here. This is real stuff. It's a tricky spot to think that this fantastic town that we live in, this beautiful place we live in, that is going to become untouchable, unreachable for all of the generations that are to come. And I'll tell you, you know, we can become the vineyard, and you want to get something fixed at your house and pay 4 times what you should pay because that's what it's going to cost you. So, again, where's the happy medium? Regarding some of the stuff that goes on in town, right? You know, these websites, these things, they have value. There are people on them that have very good points. And I've said this before, and I don't want to belabor it. But you know what? That's maybe 2,000 people. There are 50,000 people in the town of Barnstable. And you know, our former president of the town council, Felicia Penn, indicated and said wholeheartedly, you know what? It's all about the people that show up, but we still have to think about that 48,000 people that we're not hearing about. We need to keep that in mind. So I know it's terrifying. I know change is tough. But you know what? Hyannis can be a fantastic, great place. We paid, you know, this whole zoning thing. This wasn't an overnight deal. This went on for years. And this town invested in the best urban planners in the nation, not the neighborhood, in the nation. And these were the ideas that came to fruition. I get it.
Councilor, your time's up.
Thank you. Thank you. Just food for thought, all right? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mendes.
Yeah, thank you, President Tamish. Just really quickly, as I've said 50 times before, the stream at 32 Pleasant has been a stream since I was a kid. We all played back there. It's never been dry. As far as Hyannis being the place with affordable housing, the dumping ground, they've always treated Hyannis that way. No matter what's been going on in this town, they've always treated Hyannis that way. That's just the way it's always been. Hyannis has always been that way. Hyannis has always had the first affordable housing place on the Cape, Cromwell Court. Hyannis, when I was a kid, had all the hippies up and down Main Street and on North Street and South Street. It's always been that way. But it doesn't mean it has to stay that way. I've made it abundantly clear that I'm not for really any more building in Hyannis unless it's in the pipeline. Because the people in Hyannis deserve a right of quality of life. There's plenty of other property in the outer villages that can take some of this slack, that can take some of this affordable housing. It can't always be Hyannis. But it seems like the ones in the outer villages are the bridge closers. They're the ones who come down here, they move here from off-Cape, they bring their off-Cape ways, but they want to stop progress, as long as they have theirs. And as I said before, my father used to call them bridge closers. We've been down here for generations. And like I said before, the Cape isn't close to what I remember, to what Joe remembers, to what Maria remembers. It's not close to what we remember as kids. So it's about time these outer villages started taking some of this responsibility. The people in Hyannis deserve a right to not have to drive 20 minutes to a store every day. You live a 5-minute walk from the mall, but it takes you 10 minutes to drive there. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe.
Thank you, President Tamish. I'd like to respond to Sharon Harrison and Mr. Diggs, Joe Diggs. This is probably one of the first tests of our enforcing zoning, and I really want to say to Town Manager Ells and Brian Florence at the Building Department for actually taking this up and doing their best to alleviate a situation. What was really happening there was a home occupation, as what you know is that a contractor was moving into a residential neighborhood and then making a contracting lot out of it. Well, this is not allowed under zoning, and it's happened a lot lately. And that's one thing I know Andy Clyburn, the assistant town manager, has got on his wings, is going to make a report, I think, tonight about that. So this is a good thing. Nobody should be taken advantage of wherever they live, and their property should be, zoning near their property should be enforced. And that's one thing we've done in this council is put that in the forefront. And I'm glad to see it starting to work. And I want to thank the people responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further response to public comment? One of the things that I fail to do is I typically just go through a list of people who have sent us emails and let them know that they have been received by the council and distributed to all the councilors. So I just wanted to mention Dot DeYoung regarding Pleasant Hill, Nancy Spiegelman, Diane Jensen, Irene Almer, Ruth McLachin, Carol Graveline, John Papalardo, Kate Gulliver, and Bruce Cole. So just to let you know, the emails have been received and distributed. And we thank you for those. Okay, any further comment? Okay, moving on. Town Manager Communications. As you're aware, the Town Manager has a video report that he and Assistant Town Manager Clyburn and other department heads record, and that is available online and is aired immediately prior to the council meeting. In that, this week, he includes a discussion of a workshop on fiscal policy that we're going to be having later tonight, that the Cape Cod region continues to be in a level 2 significant drought situation, and the importance of the town of Barnstable fertilizer ordinance. This is particularly a problem around many of our lakes and ponds. A Town of Barnstable has announced its September 30th, 2025 deadline for the availability of the final 2025 round of opioid abatement fund grants. On the 24th of September, at the Barnstable Adult Community Center, there will be the 4th Annual Community Safety Days. Assistant Town Manager Clyburn provided an update on the Quality of Life Working Group, which was established to look at the enforcement efforts across all town departments. Cape Maldonado Planning and Development Senior Planner provided an update on the Community Development Block Grant Program, Greening Hyannis, and the Regional Policy Plan. And lastly, Kelly Colopy, Department of Public Works Communication Manager, provided an update on the water resources, including the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. So I encourage you to view that or go to the town manager's website and see the written version of that. Okay. Counselor.
Can I ask a question about
Absolutely.
one of those? Oh, thank you, Mike. My question is about the Water Pollution Control Facility report.
Yeah.
There are 3 sections on one page. It talks about effluent disposal evaluation status, and it says water reuse and disposal alternative analysis continues with consultant CDM Smith. I would ask that we get more detail than that line. I've been reading that line for a long time.
Okay.
So I don't expect a report right now, but in the future, I would hope we could get some more specifics on that and what the options are. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clyburn, I guess Mr. Steen probably heard that request, so we will move forward on that. Anyone else? Councilor?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question on number 2 on this report regards the restrictions around non-essential outdoor water use for the Hyannis water system. Are we aware if the other 4 water districts have put in similar water restrictions? And if so, should we be going to our water district websites for that information?
Good evening, Andy Clyburn, Assistant Town Manager. I recorded this week's Town Manager communication, so I'll attempt to respond to that. I do not know if the other water districts do. I would point you to their websites, but we can certainly inquire and report back to you on that.
I guess I would like to do a follow-up. I know that there has been several conversations about collaboration among our water districts, and to me, this seems like one area where it would be great that we could have one report out, at least to the town council, that then gets out to the public on water restrictions. So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Schnepp, just very quickly, I just brought up the Water Department, and August 13th, they didn't talk about drought, but they did talk, they were requesting voluntary water restrictions. So.
Can I ask on this same subject?
Sure.
I just wonder how it's being enforced, Andy, because I see plenty of irrigation systems going to the extent that it's running down the road. I'm not going to drop the dime on anybody, but I mean, or is that what you're wanting? I don't.
Unfortunately, we are a complaint-based enforcement organization.
Well, that's, yeah. I don't even think people know. I mean, a lot of these are second homeowners, and these things are on timers, and
Certainly.
off they go every morning.
Certainly. That's a good point. I mean, clearly, we do all we can to communicate by all the various means that we have about what the restrictions are. But as far as enforcement, we'd be willing to take input, but no, we're not driving around, to my knowledge.
Okay,
at
so
this
I
time.
decide I'm going to turn one of these guys in, one of these second homeowners that aren't even here. So what are you going to do? You're going to, what are you going to do? What would you do? What would be your process?
Well, my first call would be to, right now, Rob Steen, and and ask him, hey, Rob, what exactly are we going to do to enforce this? What, if any, enforcement of that does the Hyannis water system have? I don't know.
Good evening, Rob Steen, Department of Public Works, and because I was asked,
I honestly would have to talk to Hans and see. I know they do send people out to talk to people when they're finding that. Is there a formal process that he has that's outlined? I don't have that off the top of my head. I'd have to get that to you.
Yeah, it just seems, I mean, it's nice to say, but it seems totally unenforceable. I mean, unless neighbors are turning in neighbors, but the people running their irrigation, they're going to keep running it, right? I mean, I don't know, but
Well, they should not. They should not violate the mandate, but I completely understand what you're saying.
yeah, I mean, it just seems an
We certainly
unenforceable.
have not been tasked or staffed to drive around looking for inappropriate, those violations. It would be complaint-based. We would hope by over-advertising, if you will, over-communicating the restrictions that people would comply.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Anybody left? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Clyburn. The minutes. We act on the public session minutes from September 4th. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes? Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, can we have a vote on that?
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn. Yes. Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson. Yes. 13 yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ells, would you care to further enlighten us?
Thank you. Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. That's the consequences of, of not being ready for a question. Not that we can't answer it, but we like to give an immediate answer. So what do? We put in a work order. We send out a crew when there's a report of somebody violating water bans. We talk with them. We ask them to stop. If they don't stop, we have additional complaints, we can proceed with fines. That's what we do. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, Councilor Starr?
Yes, sir.
While you're here, I got a couple comments over the last week from constituents about they're worried that they may be blocked from parking their boats on their lawns. And I just wanted, Mr. Clyburn, maybe just.
I'm not ready for that question,
No,
so
just-
we'll let him take that one.
Just if you could clarify that, it would be.
Yeah,
very-
absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm glad the question was asked. I think you all received a letter from the Commercial Fishing Alliance requesting that the letter be put in the record as one of the ordinances that our enforcement group teed up and you passed along to the planning board at your last meeting was commercial vehicle and equipment parking. Trailers are identified as one of those. Our intent was not to further regulate trailered boats. So I fully anticipate that will be discussed and amended as appropriate at the planning board. And if I'll make sure that happens. Staff will be present. That was not the intent, and I actually immediately called Brian Florence. He's never received a complaint about a boat on the trailer. So, we're trying to put things in place to help enforce what we receive complaints, not generate more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions? At this point, I'd like to invite Frank Frederickson to come forward. Frank is our representative to the Barnstable County Assembly of Delegates, and he would like to address us.
Good evening, everybody.
Update us.
Thank you for allowing me to have the time to talk about the Assembly. It's one of my favorite subjects now. Most of you probably, definitely in the public, don't understand exactly what the Assembly of Delegates is, what we do. I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm new. I started in January. I've been to 19 Assembly meetings. I listened to 8 different meetings online. We've had votes on various different things that I never thought I would be talking about. So it's a real learning curve for me. So you're aware, The town of Barnstable pays about $650,000 a year to the county as your portion of the budget. An additional 700+ thousand goes to the Cape Cod Commission. The Assembly has some minor oversight of the Cape Cod Commission, but not a lot. We don't do much with the day-to-day operations with any part of county government. We're not allowed to. There's a lot of different services, and I've been learning about them after going through the budget process, and it's somewhat questionable of what the need is. Are they the right thing to do? You know, one in particular always stands out in mind. We have a tobacco compliance person at the county, so that always puzzles me at this day and age, that, you know, what do they actually do and how are they doing it and why? There's been some significant things over the last couple of months that are not typical in the average year of county government. One is there's charter review. There was a ballot question last November about the charter and changing that. There's a lot of political stuff going on, and I'm telling you, after the stuff I do at the State House, watching what's going on in the county, kind of like the spring water. It's always running underneath. You don't really see it, but it's happening. So simply between the commissioners and the Assembly, the relationship has not been strong. So there's a little back and forth on things, and been my mantra to always work with everybody, because I always believe when we get a better decision with a group, and we should always follow that. So there was a charter review every 5 years. They're in that 5th year where a new charter review should take place by an appointed committee through the Assembly. So that has taken place. They had some previous political people come and go to the charter review, and they want to bring up a 12-year-old study, plan that they had to change the way Barnstable County government is worked. I don't know exactly what it is. It was never really presented to the Assembly. But there was a move afoot to, I guess, theoretically, to shrink government in the county. And some of it made sense. I listened to the comments, but yet never saw really a plan. The Assembly took no action on it. The charter review moved on. The 3 commissioners decided to enact a section of the charter that allows for them to petition the Secretary of State to have an elected charter review board. So that was done. That changed everything. The charter review committee has now suspended until such time this is going to take place. There will be an election in 2026 when the entire county will go to the polls and vote to ask for an elected charter review committee. At the very same time, there will be people running for the charter review committee in each town. So it's very confusing. You know, we're putting the cart and the horse together. What happens from there? If it's an affirmative vote, they will have, I think, 18 months to come up with a new charter. And then once that is done, I think they were looking at, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I think in 2028, there'll be another vote to accept the charter. And then I think in 2030, trust me, I'll be long gone from the Assembly by then, they will move forward with a new form of government. Something to watch. You know, it's a long process. Who knows what might come out of a charter review in that fashion? You know, it could be anything from, you know, having 2 commissioners, a governor for Cape Cod. It could reduce government substantially in the county, and, you know, there's some merit to looking at different things. So that's one thing that's coming. Very complicated stuff I never thought I would be thinking about. and I'm still trying to understand more. The second piece of business that is, again, not in a typical year, the Assembly of Delegates has, led by Delegate Dan Gessen of Falmouth, very big proponent of creating a new fee, tax, or whatever on property transactions. And the premise is that you put a fee on transactions, that money will be then put aside for housing issues across the Cape. I've been listening to it. I go back and forth. I've listened to a lot of people. I've asked a lot of people questions. The problem we have right now, it is just a concept. Nothing is in writing. You will not see it anywhere. There's going to be a hearing I think you all got invited to next Wednesday, another additional assembly meeting. So you'll have an opportunity to speak on it. But the issue is, we don't even know exactly what you're going to be speaking on because there's nothing in writing. You talk about conceptually, and hopefully with that, they take the input that is given. And trust me, this is nothing new. This has been behind the scenes being shaped for a long time. I can't tell you whether I agree with it or not. I have some concerns, and I think you all should. I think there's a lot of questions that will need to be asked. Where might this be happen? Because the other thing that to be clear with, the Assembly of Delegates writes a petition for you to go to the state legislature to vote on something which, even if you agree with what's going to the state, to the legislature can do what they want once they get it. So there's a lot of guardrails that need to be in place. There is a move to make this happen very quickly. After looking at everything, I really believe we need to take time with it, look at it, make sure it's balanced. And that's one thing I see. I'm listening tonight. When something is out of balance, whether it's in your personal life, in nature, whatever, the results are usually not good. So we need to take a strong look at that, and you all need to use your voices to make sure that the town of Barnstable is getting what they need. So I don't know much more that I can add right now. So I can open you to any questions or anything else you might want to know about, I can help with.
Thank you. We'll open up to discussion. Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you for coming and sharing your experiences so far. It's illuminating. I just wanted to make a couple comments on the second item, which is the proposed, I think, transfer fee transfer fee on real estate purchases over a certain amount. You may or may not be aware that the town of Barnstable, in some of our committee discussions, have made that recommendations for us to look at that. And I know several other towns have already submitted home rule petitions to the state with transfer, Provincetown has, and maybe Martha's Vineyard, there's several of them. And I think there has been some concern expressed by those towns that there isn't a conflict, or there is, that the county proposal doesn't sort of override what the individual local towns are doing. So I do appreciate you coming to us about this and keeping an open channel as we move forward on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mendes?
Thank you, President Tamish. It's nothing but what you commented on, but I picked up on the transfer fee. I think what you need to discuss with these other towns is a transfer fee so they can stop paying us for the services we provide them. Our services, our police services, our medical services are stretched thin by everybody from all these other towns coming here, using our mental health facilities, using our social services, homeless shelter, so on and so forth. It's about time these other towns started ponying up, because all it does is drive us into a deficit. So maybe that's a fee you should probably talk to them about. Is maybe paying some of us some of that money so we can extend services to them, because we provide them all. And it's not fair to us. It's not. It costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year giving services to people from other towns. And I'm sick of seeing it.
Right.
You know, we get the dregs of every other town that come into this town. And our fire departments, our police departments, our hospital, well, it's everybody's hospital, but you know what I'm saying, our ambulance services and so on and so forth. You know, our taxpayers have to pay for that stuff. And it's not fair, especially to the people in the Hyannis Fire District. It's not fair. So maybe before they start talking about transfer fees, maybe they should start kicking into us some fees.
Yeah. I'd love to have a conversation with any of you because I do. I have 29 questions on the discussion that is going to take place. I'm just holding back a little bit because they go from why are we attacking one group just because are we making them pay a fine because they can afford a higher home? But then on the other hand, we have this big issue with housing. Is this a way to be able to stabilize that, to do it? So I'm listening, and then I'm also thinking, we've decided this is a crisis, but what's the next crisis? What's the next crisis? Then I asked, what's the responsibility of government to provide housing for everybody? But I think so it's just a question. And then you look at all the different things, zoning, that gets talked about all the time. You know, what exactly does that mean? It seems to be widespread comment, and I don't have an answer. I really want to ask those that want to do this, talk about housing, to say if you had a blank check and you had somebody that could draw a map and draw the buildings, what would it look like? What would it take? I don't have those answers, but it's really interesting. But I can tell you, I have 2 children. Well, they're not kids. I mean, some of you know who they are. So, and my wife has 2 kids. All 4 of them have bachelor's degree. One of them owns a home. Okay, so I understand it, but it's again balancing with this because the other thing, and this is where I get pulled in so many different directions. Just 2 weeks ago, I had the governor of Massachusetts in Barnstable Village talking about how we have to take care of the environment, how sensitive it is down here. So that's what I talk about balance. Do we do, just put houses everywhere and then ignore the other issue that was called a crisis just in our backyard 2 weeks ago? We got to find a way to work together. And I encourage you and I applaud you for taking all of this in and absorbing it. But you know what? If you put your heads together, we're going to come up with a really good deal. So just keep at it, and we'll work together. And I'm open. I have one of my 4 business cards I can give you. So I'd love to talk to you if you have any questions. I get my number to you. And Gordon, you got my number. He used to supply me with duck eggs. So all good. So any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Frank, what a breath of fresh air you are. I've been here 3 years, and I've never heard one peep from our county representative. And thank you. I hope the communication keeps going. You brought up such huge things, the charter, huge. And like Paula mentioned, there's been a lot of discussion on this transfer fee. Huge issues.
Yes.
So thank you so much for just being who you are and doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, discussion?
No, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, Frank, for coming in. I appreciate it. And, this transfer tax, and it's a fee. It's not a tax, of course, because we're not adding taxes. It's a fee.
One time.
There's so many ifs, ands, and buts with it that it really needs a very close examination.
It really does. And definitions matter.
Yes, it does.
Again, we go back to balance. Are there other options that this could cover that would get more buy-in from everybody? Do we spread it out? These are questions I have, because do we do that? And how long does it last? Is it forever? Because we know in government, once the tax is done, fee, that doesn't go away very easy. When's the last time you saw something like that disappear because we took care of things? Like, for example, before my time, the tolls on on the highways. They were supposed to go away after the road was paid for, but we get tolls now, we don't even know how much they cost because they're automatically taken out of our accounts. It just keeps coming, so.
Councilor Crowe?
One other thing, aspect of taxes is once they're instituted, the percentage continues to go up on a regular basis once they see that. It's a question of, I've always had a question of at what point do people stop paying that? And we have our demographics in our society now, a lot of people leaving the northern regions and going down south for that reason. So the question is, you gotta be careful.
Yeah. I'm going to leave, but I'm going to mention one more thing as you move forward on this discussion, that our 3 legislators we have that cover Barnstable, you need to be speaking with them also, because, you know, there's already other bills filed by our senator that kind of address this issue. It's not a home rule petition, it is a statewide petition or bill. So they need to be brought into the conversation, which I will do also, because the more information, the better result we're going to have. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate your time, Frank.
Thank you.
Any further communications that anyone would like to discuss? Councilor Clark, Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much, President Hamish. As liaison to the Open Space Committee, there is an upcoming landowners workshop that will be held here in this room on Monday, September 29th, from 5:30 to 7 o'clock. And this will be a presentation on the benefits of protecting open space and landowner benefits, including state incentives. And for those that are interested in coming, this will be videotaped. If you're not here, it'll be videotaped so you can watch it afterwards. And also, there will be experts available for consulting afterwards on how any of these programs affect your personal property or property that is of interest to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. Just wanted to let the public know we are still in the process of appointing people to boards, committees, and commissions. We had a particular call for people interested in the Recreation Commission. They meet every other month, so it's less of a time commitment. It sounds like a great group of people. We also have an opening on the ZBA, and I feel like there was one other one. Recreation, ZBA. Oh, Council on Aging. So consider joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, we'll move on to the orders of the day. By the way, I just wanted to mention, when we move through the articles that we have to work with tonight, there's going to be 2 workshops later on tonight, one on fiscal policy and revenue strategy by Town Manager Mark Ells and Mark Milne, our Finance Director. And David Anthony will present one on special events and use of town property. That one I've seen, we've discussed that, and it's really eye-opening what is happening in the town and how so many events, that we have so many events that are really draining us and causing a lot of problems. So we will have those after the orders of the day. Having said that, could we, Councilor Starr, we'll start on our left tonight. Could you make a motion to, I guess we're going to reopen the public, well, we had the public hearing, and this was continued to today. We had a discussion on it, 2025-195.
Okay.
Is that, Mr. Kupfer, is that going to go forward tonight? What, I'm not quite sure what. There was some talk it may be continued. Yeah.
Good evening, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. You did receive an email on August 29th, 2025 from Attorney Princey requesting a continuation to an October meeting, though I do note that the applicant is here. I don't know if there's anything he wishes to say that may differ from that, but that was the email request, a continuation to a meeting in October.
Okay, let's see, get the calendar here. Okay, Counselor Starr, would you
Okay.
read it in, and then we'll have a motion
Yes.
to continue it? Well, let me just look at the
Okay.
calendar.
This is old business, open for a public hearing, majority vote, number 2025-195, authorizing the town manager to execute a development agreement by and among the town of Barnstable Shoestring Properties LLC located at 110 and 115 School Street, Main Street Times LLC, located at 319 and 331 Main Street, and 259 North Street LLC, located at 310 Barnstable Road, Hyannis.
Okay, would that be, okay. So there is a motion made and seconded. Can we have a motion to continue that to October 9th? Would that be the proper way of doing it? Hmm? He said it was requested, right? That an October meeting, so we'll put it on for the 9th?
Excuse me, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. Again, the email simply requested the first meeting in October for a continuation, though again, I believe the property owner is here if he wanted to speak any further.
Okay. Mr. Bornstein, did you want to add anything to that, or is the 9th going to work?
Good afternoon, evening. Stu Bornstein. You have a regulatory agreement. I'd like to have that regulatory agreement canceled out or removed, however how you do it, and propose a different one, completely different. We haven't had time to talk to anybody in town on it. We have tried to get different people who we haven't been able to contact, but I think you're going to like a proposal that I'm working on. I'll give you an overview.
Well, we can't do that, Mr. Bornstein. What I think we either need to do is just continue the current item to the 9th, and if you wish to withdraw it, or if you wish to withdraw it tonight and come back in at some future point with a new regulatory agreement, but that would have to be advertised. If I'm correct, we cannot just substitute a different regulatory agreement for the one that's in this motion.
Then I'd like to have it withdrawn and come back with a new agreement.
Very good. Councilor Starr, could you amend a friendly amendment to withdraw 2025-195, I believe?
I make a motion to amend 2025-195 to withdraw that number.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion made and second. Is there any discussion on the motion to withdraw? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
13 yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bornstein, and we'll wait to hear further from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Levesque, could you read in 2026-021, please?
Thank you, President Tamish. Old business public hearing, roll call, two-thirds majority of the full council. This is item number 2026-021, appropriation order in the amount of $520,434 to design and construct improvements to Katuitt Memorial Park located at 889 Main Street in Katuitt.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Give me 1 second here. I got it. Okay, at this point, with respect to public hearings tonight, I'm going to announce the opening and closing of each public hearing without asking for a vote to do so. However, if any counselor objects at any time, then a vote will be taken to open and close the public hearing. If there is no objection, I will open the public hearing at this time, and I will have the rationale. Deb, are you giving the rationale? Or?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm sitting in for Lindsay Council tonight. So I guess I just read a little bit about what it is, and then Mariacho takes over and talks.
Sure thing.
So at the July 21st, 2025 Community Preservation Committee meeting, the 7-member committee's members present voted unanimously to recommend to Town Council that the Town Manager, Department of Public Works application for $406,282 in community preservation funds to design and construct improvements to Katuitt Memorial Park. It is owned by the town. I didn't say at the beginning, because I know many of you, but I'm Deborah Converse. I live in Katuitt, and I think that's why Lindsay asked me to introduce this. So it's an exciting, and Mark will give the background.
Thank you. Mark Marinaccio, Town Architect, Department of Public Works. Thank you, Mr. President, council members. About a year and a half ago, the Katuitt Civic Association brought forward a project to improve the park. That was included in the FY26 capital improvement plan. It was identified, page 43, as one of the projects that would be brought to CPC for funding, as well as some additional funding from the general fund. These are photographs of the park. It's central to the village. Excuse me. Basically, it's the focal point of the village of Katuitt. Connects the library, the playground, the post office, School Street, and Main Street. Provides support for local events, including the Artisan Fair, Village Day, craft festivals, and nonprofit fundraising activities. As I mentioned earlier, the Katuitt Civic Association has requested the rejuvenation of the park and has worked with the town architect and grounds division to develop preliminary designs for enhancement to the site. These plans will improve pedestrian access by bringing non-conforming walks into compliance with ADA, as well as replacing park benches, deteriorated flagpole, diseased trees, and perhaps memorial relocations. So there we go. Currently, there's no handicapped access to the walkways. They don't comply. This photograph to the left there shows the sidewalk that's bituminous concrete that leads up to the church. It's too steep. There are 2 memorials, war memorials, World War I and World War II, that address the street. Access to those are non-compliant. The walkways are being modified by the roots of the trees. We've had the tree warden out there. The trees are in really rough shape. His recommendation was to remove them. The flagpole is deteriorating. Some more views of the park. We came up with a number of different schemes for the park, and was working with the Katuitt Civic Association regarding those. Basically, at the conclusion of this, we determined it's really a village park and really should remain a village park. We did some renderings. This is the site plan of the park. At some time in the past, the library made some modifications and created a set of stairs that come down into the park that have no walkway. It just comes down onto the grass. We want to correct that. This is kind of like a basic design we base square foot costs off of to take a look at what can be done to the park and how to improve handicapped accessibility and kind of make some connections down to School Street. and it meets the requirements of CPC for funding. It was, let me find my page. Sorry. It was included in the Barnstable Comprehensive Plan in 2025 that states the library and the Memorial Park are central to the village. Basically, it meets the criteria for CPC purposes. It's preservation of essential character of the town, saves resources that would otherwise be threatened, that serves the community, and demonstrates practically and feasibility, and we've demonstrated that we can implement expeditiously and within budget. And so the project is looking to really begin construction in October of next year and be finished for spring. I don't know if you have any questions on it at all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing no one, is there anyone online? Seeing no one? Council discussion. Any discussion on Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. Tamish. I know this is a very beloved space in the village of Katuitt, and I can understand refreshing it. I have two questions. I know that there were some issues with encroachments of other buildings, that it took a while for this project to come to fruition, and that the playground that exists there will continue to exist in its current form. It will not be part of this project?
That is correct. I know the town, through David Anthony's office, is talking with people about those infringements and working through those issues. We're not changing the walkways that lead to that. We're creating a new walkway to School Street that is ADA accessible, so that existing path will remain as is.
Okay. And this is just a kind of a technical CPC question. This is not a purchase of open space. And I believe you can't use CPC money for the renovation of open space. Are you classifying this as recreational space and therefore can use it for that purpose?
I believe that they classify it as recreational use.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Councilor Starr?
Thank you. My question, Mr. Marinacci, is do you plan to have the work done by in-house people, or are you going to put this out to bid? I know we did the hollow in Barnstable Village, and that was, an attempt to see if we could do things on our own. And
Yeah, I mean, we will do what we can. We've developed the designs so far in-house, but it depends on how extensive the project ends up being. As you'll see on my schedule, we've included 2 meetings with the community.
Yeah.
There's a number of questions about whether the memorial should be moved or whether they shouldn't,
Yeah.
and really how the community wants to make any modifications. So that will depend on the extent of the work and whether or not it can be done in-house or not.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on my right? Seeing none, I failed to close the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing at this point. And if there's no further discussion, we will move to a vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn. Yes. Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
13 yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Motion passes. Thank you. The next article, I think we'll have quite a bit of discussion on. So before we get to that, I would like to take a 10-minute break. We'll be in return at 8:10, please. Okay, thank you. We will resume the meeting. And was that Counselor Schnepp? Are you up, Counselor Schnepp, I believe?
Hold on. Thank you, President Tamish. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a majority vote. Item number 2026-028, vote on the merits of a group petition requesting that the town take action to acquire and preserve the home of Eugenia Fortes at 23 Pleasant Hill Lane and establish a permanent wetlands conservancy at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Again, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing, and I will recognize one of the proponents. I don't know who is presenting. One of the proponents of the petition presenting.
I mentioned Lisa's out sick today, so we're ably joined.
But I still have my comments to make, so go ahead.
Okay, so, I mean, you've heard the spiel. I mean, this property deserves consideration. What that consideration is really up to all of you. So I personally feel, and the folks from Safety and Brooks feel, that this is an important part of the watershed. So there's a strong ecological argument, and I do believe it's a very strong cultural and historic argument to save at least a portion of Eugenia Fortes' house. So there's no actual written document that says she lived there. You know, it comes from a culture that didn't keep those kind of documents. So we can show you a deed that has her name on it, but we can't show you rental receipts, right? So I think you need to look at it as the last remaining original home of an historically black area, and decide whether or not.
No,
that-
wait till you finish, because I have my own feelings right now.
I think, does that matter? Does it matter to
Yes,
I
yes.
think it matters. I
Okay.
think we should save it.
Yes, go, bye. No, seriously, I'm sorry. I really thought sitting here, I'd be able to calm myself down. No. First off, two things. One, the gentleman who said is the government's place to provide affordable housing. Yeah, because people in the community, we don't make the rents and the mortgages go up. We have no control of that. So why whoever's out there passing the laws to make them go up, there are families out there working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive. It is not a crime to be poor.
Mary, I'm sorry, we're on this subject.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, this here. It's coming, it's staying with this because it's about the affordable housing and Eugenia Fortes and what they're trying to do with the wetland. We can't even talk about, it ties in. That's the whole point. Everyone's trying to make it, we all know what I feel about wetlands, okay? First off, we shouldn't even have to be here to work on this petition. Everyone knows they lied. I am really kind of mad at all of you because you went out there to check it out after you voted on it. Or whoever voted. No. Whoever voiced their opinion, whoever talked, whoever did whatever. It was a wetland. They lied. Okay, that's number one. And let's talk about the elephant in the room. All of this, it is a cultural, economic issue. Because to sit there, it's almost like saying, okay, well, you're sitting in the front of the bus now, what do you want? Excuse me, I want equal. That's what I want. You would not go into Hyannisport or anywhere else and put people like they're sardines. Everyone knows what that area looks like. Yes, it is Miss Jenny's home. Whether it's ready to fall down or not, it's her home. But that area, to build up and to put people in like they're sardines, you wouldn't do it anywhere else, in any white area. And every single time there is an issue, well, we're just dealing with people of color and poor people, so let's go ahead and do what we got to do. No, I swear to you, If we have to camp out, nothing will go there. You don't see high rises anywhere. You've seen the tiny area. How are you going to do this? You guys have got to step up and stop worrying about what outsiders are going to say. Especially when you have a place, I'm sorry, you have a place in Marshall's Mills who their concern is we want to put a playground there. I love children, but I'm sorry, there are children that are all dying because they're living in the street. And you're going to tell me, and see, whoever sat at a table, the round table, okay, when they were making this decision, said, look, let's build homes here. We got the money there, what they're going to do. And the reason that decision was made to them in their mind, it was so easy. Well, they need affordable housing, so we'll give them affordable housing. What they're going to say, if they complain, it means they don't need affordable housing. Yes, we do need affordable housing on the Cape, but it does not mean you treat people like second-class citizens. And it is up to this council and every other council to speak up and not care what someone else thinks. Because, matter of fact, you young lady were talking about getting on committees. I'm going to fight to get on the zoning board. And I'm going to get other people who, just like me, who aren't afraid to talk about when it's a race issue. Because none of you would even entertain this thought if it was close to Oyster Harbors, or if it was close to the Kennedy compound, or if it was close to some other white place. But it's low-income black folk, okay? But Miss Jenny meant something to all of us. There are 3 issues. It's the saving of her home, the saving of the wetlands, and stop trying to pile us in together like we're sardines. And then when something happens, because in the summertime people are on top of each other, losing their minds, ooh, look how they act. No, look how you all act. We are trusting in you all to care for everybody. We are part of the everybody. That's like them saying, well, you're drinking out of fountains. What do you want? You're sitting in the front of the bus. We want equal is what we want. The same thing you want. Same thing you want your kids to have. That's what we want for ours. Thank you. And we don't need your house. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I can follow that.
Attorney Nober.
Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, town attorney. Under the charter, this is a vote on whether what the petitioners are asking for has merit. If you vote yes, then the council would consider at future meetings what, if any, actions to take. The vote today is not an approval of the request or a decision to take any particular action. It is a vote on whether what they're asking for has merit. So it appears, based on the petition language, what the petitioners are really asking for are 2 things. First, that the town withhold any permits for development at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. And second, that the town acquire the privately owned properties at 23 and 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, and then after doing that, take steps to preserve and protect those properties from future development. So regarding permits for development of property, the town cannot refuse to withhold permits. The town, including its boards, must follow the law and issue or not issue permits as the law requires. Acquiring the properties depends on whether the owners want to sell them. If they do, then the town could negotiate a purchase. But if they don't want to sell them, then the town could only acquire the properties by taking them by eminent domain. So eminent domain is the taking of private property by the government for a public purpose. A taking requires the payment of just compensation to the property owner. For a taking to be valid, it must be for a valid public purpose. Some examples are public infrastructure projects, public buildings, public parks. But the thing to keep in mind is even if you say the taking is for a purpose that is proper on its face, if it is undertaken in bad faith, then courts have found that those takings may be invalid. So what constitutes bad faith? there are two instructive court decisions. There's one from 1987 from the Supreme Judicial Court and a more recent 2024 Superior Court decision. And in those cases, the courts found that the towns in those cases acted in bad faith when the real reason for their takings of private property was to block development. Blocking development is not a proper public purpose. So in those cases, even though the stated reasons for the takings were valid public purposes on their face, the court found the takings to be invalid. Essentially, the stated reasons were found by the courts to be a pretext. So the case from 1987 was Pheasant Ridge Associates versus the town of Burlington. And in that case, the court held that a taking by the town of Burlington was invalid when, despite stating valid public purposes, they said they were taking it for the purposes of parks, recreation, and construction of moderate income housing. The actual reasons were to block a 40B project. And that is not a valid reason for a taking. So the court in that case found that the town acted in bad faith because the town did not follow its normal practices for acquiring property. The property at stake had not been considered for acquisition when the town studied its open space needs, and the matter of the taking came forward only in response to and after the town learned of the proposed housing development. The more recent case is Nahant versus Northeastern University. And in that case, the court found that the town of Nahant's stated public purpose for taking a conservation easement from Northeastern University for open space and conservation purposes was proper on its face. But Northeastern argued that the dominant reason was to block its development and expansion plans. And the court agreed with that and found the taking to be in bad faith and therefore not valid. So while not controlling, the court considered that the absence of any prior town interest in the property was instructive on the matter of good faith. So if the town sought to take the Pleasant Hill Lane properties by eminent domain, the property owners very well might argue that the town was acting in bad faith and sue the town to invalidate the taking. A court would likely look at whether the town had any interest in acquiring these properties prior to learning of the proposed development plans of the property owners and whether we followed our standard practices in acquiring property. In the Northeastern case, the taking was invalidated and the town was found liable to Northeastern for over $1 million in attorney's fees and expert costs. The town is currently appealing that decision. When you do a taking, and if it is for a valid public purpose, which is undertaken in good faith, the measure of damages is the fair market value of the property at the time of the taking. The town would be required to pay that amount to the property owner at the time of the taking, and an appropriation for the taking would require a 2/3 vote of the council. The property owner would be free to accept the payment from the town and sue the town for additional money if the property owner believed the property was worth more. So litigation would be expensive and likely decided by a jury based on a battle of experts and their differing appraisals. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still in the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to be heard on this? Mr. Revere.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Town Council. I'm here on behalf of Gladstone LLC, which is, of course, Mr. Stuart Bornstein. He asked me to speak. I'm glad that Attorney Nober addressed some of the issues, so I'll try to address some slightly different issues. This is a somewhat interesting provision. The provision that you're acting under is Section 8-7. It says the town councilor or the school committee, as the case may be, shall hold a public hearing and act by taking a vote on the merits of every petition which is addressed to it. And I found it kind of interesting when I read the petition that the petition isn't really even addressed to the town council, it's addressed to the town of Barnstable. So I'm not sure the petition is even in the proper form. There are three things that the petition asks for. I'm going to start with the easiest one. this property that's the possible home of Eugenia Forts. I'm not debating whether it is or not. My client doesn't own that property and frankly could care less about what you do with that property. Eugenia was a wonderful person. And if the facts back it up, it's, as it was said a few minutes ago, there are few of the historic African-American homes left in Hyannis, and that would be a wonderful thing to preserve. I have no problem with that. I think it's interesting. But this is a package deal. There's other parts to the package. And the second parts are kind of interesting. One is establish a permanent wetlands conservancy at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, protecting the vital natural habitat at heads of Stewart Creek from further development and ecological degradation. I have spent a lot of my legal career in Massachusetts dealing with conservation commissions. The town of Barnstable has a wetlands bylaw. It has a conservation commission that is one of the strongest in the Commonwealth. I've met a few others that are stronger, but they actually reviewed Mr. Bornstein's proposed plans, okay, and approved it. There is not any construction going on within the wetland. Now, the interesting thing is when this occurred and the order of conditions was issued, Mr. Schwab, who I know, called me, said, Paul, can the Deluces appeal this? They didn't talk it before the Barnstable Conservation Commission. And I told Eric, sure thing they can. I'm not going to help them because Mr. Bornstein I've known for 30 years, and I don't really do much work for him now, but he's become a friend. His son's a friend. He actually comes and walks my dog a few times occasionally, and so is his wife. I said, I can't oppose him. But the petitioners here, which include the Deluce family, they have every right to ask the state to review the decision of the Barnstable Conservation Commission. And the state is doing that. In fact, they've got a very high-powered firm, the McGregor Law Firm, doing that. So this is not about their rights to do that and protect what's going on there. They are doing that, and to think that the Barnstable Conservation Commission gave Stuart Bornstein in a pass, give him pass, requires wearing blinders. There is some interesting issues. There's no question on perennial stream or intermittent stream. That is being handled at the state. What bothered me most about the petition was, and Ms. Nobers pointed out, halt all further development approvals at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane as being asked for the town council to vote on. Kind of interesting, the town council replaced town meeting in Barnstable. You're actually the legislative branch. You're like the Senate and the House of Representatives. And there is also the executive branch, and Mr. Executive Branch, I don't see him, but is the town manager, according to our system of government. And the problem with this petition is it's asking, with respect to my client's property, 32 Pleasant Hill, it's asking for you to take actions or review the merits of something that the executive branch, which includes the Conservation Commission, has done and does well, and then saying, as Ms. Nober pointed out, the executive branch shouldn't issue any permits. And that, you know, permits can be denied on the merits, that's fine, but to say that it's a proper and vote for it on the merits when it's saying we want to interfere in the permitting process for a private developer because a neighbor has disagreed, I just think is not an appropriate thing to be doing. I note, too, there's been some discussions about zoning, and I remember Eugenia Forts, if any of you remember her. She used to say, I'm coming to you from the slums of Hyannis, and she was forceful in saying this. I don't disagree. Mr. Bornstein is not the one who created the zoning. He's not changing anything. The zoning allows him, by right, to build the number of units he's proposing. He's not doing a 40B project. He is doing what is allowed in their zoning. He hasn't done anything wrong. It's a permit that he's asked for. You're being asked whether to vote on the merits of this petition. The petition is very specific. It's funny, I have said this to a couple people about this. To vote against this, someone would say, well, who's against protecting the environment? I don't think anybody is going to stand up in the room and say, I'm against protecting the environment, okay? No one is going to stand up and say, I'm against a local civil rights icon protecting her house. Not, you know, it's hard to be against it. But I think it's not appropriate to take the position that the Barnstable Conservation Commission didn't know what it was doing when it voted to approve the project that my client has proposed, and that the zoning board is wrong, that this has merits, that the executive branches of our government have made mistakes. When we heard a lot of discussion about how we vet people on boards, we have different opinions on boards, and they end up in that position. The zoning bylaw that allowed this was voted on by the town council, was approved by the planning board. We have a wetland bylaw. It's a restrictive bylaw. We have very strong environmentalists on the Conservation Commission. So I'm pro-environment, no question, in various ways, shapes, and forms. I've been involved in renewable energy. I am very pro-historic preservation. As some of you might guess, there's a house that my family is involved in running after someone who has the same name as mine. I have no question that's an important thing. But for the legislative branch to be sent with a petition that says, don't give any more permits, and our Conservation Commission wasn't doing things, that's going through the proper processes. If the town wants to go through proper processes in the future in terms of taking the property, that's something they can do. But it really, I think the petition process was good at bringing some of these issues to your attention, but it's not an appropriate vote against. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Address the two lawyers?
Certainly.
We got two lawyers. Why do you think that is? Why do you hire an advertising firm? Because you're selling a substandard product. Why are you hiring the best conservation lawyer in town, Mr. Revere? Because you've got a substandard project. Okay? Ordinary people have asked you for your guidance on how to protect this property, which is considered integral to the Stewart's Creek watershed. It's part of the watershed. That's where the water starts. Okay? We would like to have the head of that watershed protected. We've been talking about saving Twin Brooks for how long? 7 years now? 5 years? So to say that we just suddenly started talking about saving the Stewart's Creek watershed is malarkey. It's foolish. We've been trying to protect this area for a very, very long time. There's been an effort made to protect the Eugenia Ford's house for almost as long. I've had very, very specific conversations with Barnstable Historic about the value of that home. I've been to church archives. I've been to state archives. I've been to familyhistory.com, which actually has a pretty good archive. We don't have a piece of paper other than the deed that says Eugenia Fortis lived there. As far as I can tell, she didn't live anywhere. She rented everything she owned. She was like the original Airbnb, okay? She just moved around and rented everything she owned. And she made a pretty good living doing it because I understand she was quite wealthy when she passed. But the point is, that house has value, historic value, cultural value to the community, okay? And it's not just a community of black folks. I mean, when I first moved to Barnstable, Eugenia had her rocking chair here. She was an inspiration to a lot of us to speak our minds. And now you have this one little fleck, this tiny little fleck of her memory, and you just want to just toss it away because what, Katuitt needs 1.4 million for their watershed? Or West Barnstable needs their 1.4 million for their watershed? You know, when does Hyannis get 1.4 million for their watershed? When does that happen? When do we make that transition? When do we get a park? We don't have a playground, right? Do we have a playground? We got a bandstand. Do we have a playground anywhere in Hyannis other than the schools, right? So what we're asking for is what the outer villages, as we like to call them, have been taking for a very, very long time. Very long time. Now, here we are asking for one little piece, and we got the town attorney speaking against us. We got Mr. Revere speaking against us. Okay, we're speaking for Hyannis. We expect you to stand with Hyannis. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Moran.
Here I am again in another capacity. My name is Larry Moran from Katuitt, and in the process of that, I'm going to take a different approach. First of all, I commend Karen for putting the focus in this, her response or the way she wrote it, dealing with the charter. But what does the charter say? The charter really fails to describe what merits mean. That's what your job is going to be. Are there merits? And you need, what's your vote going to be on a merit? A merit is something, are there facts that you have been presented with that are sufficient to look deeper into the process? That's what this is all about. The question, is it subjective? Is it just what you think it's going to be or what you think it should be, or is it what you're not sure about? That's the criteria you have to value. Because if you value it that way, then you're going to approve this motion that's here. There's nothing in the charter that says one way or the other. It only says, and what the town attorney has put in here, that if you approve it, such and such happens. It doesn't say anything if you disapprove it. The fact is that Paul Revere pointed out the fact that we're dealing with the Conservation Commission has got all these other avenues by which an appeal can be taken. The Conservation Commission is a culprit in this whole process. The manner in which there was significant evidence in them that should have caused them serious concern as to what they were going to approve. They slid it through. And I'm not going to go back on my 18 years there. I'm simply going to say in this particular case, the Conservation Commission should be brought before you and answer questions. Now, what we're dealing with here is to have you look at what this really means and what it says and what it doesn't say. The question of whether it's legislative or executive, those are nice concepts by which a government is run. But in this particular case, it's very clear in this charter that it comes to the town council. It doesn't come to the town of Barnstable. It comes to you, and in that capacity, you are representing the town, but you're representing the people that live in the town. In that particular case, I strongly encourage you to say, there's not enough here for me to deny it. There's enough information for me to look into it, find out what's out there, and do it. Now, another thing to consider, Conservation has, coming up on Tuesday, they roll their things through, all of these issues, and I've heard from other people that this is a fragmented situation, that this petition it doesn't stand by itself. It's all the other facts that are out there. Conservation has a matter appearing on Tuesday about the public works involvement in this, And it's just a carryover from 2 weeks ago that was continued just for this very reason. So if the Conservation Commission can defend their position, that's one thing, but it's an issue that you as a council need to look into it and find out what's behind it. So I don't, the passion that's expressed by these people cannot be diluted. It cannot be erased. It needs to be considered. You might say, oh, it's just emotion. No, it's not. They have their own issues that matters that need to be articulated. It needs to be looked into by you. And I'll be really interested to see whose hands go up and say, I support this, and whose hands who don't, because we're going to be watching.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I think this is really important that we do not let this pass. Committees make mistakes that we regret. I've seen too many times Cape Cod Conservation make huge mistakes. This particular property, I watched that meeting and I was horrified when not only did they, by twisting it to say it's an intermittent stream, which allowed them to go further into the wetlands, but the building that they're putting in there only allowed 3 feet. I don't know if everyone watched it, 3 feet for them to actually put shingles. So that leaves the workers 3 feet to work on shingling that side of the house. Clearly, they've made a mistake. Clearly. And that's why we have you here to catch these things. Because when we actually come here to speak, and I'm not an eloquent speaker, I'm shy. I don't like doing this. But I care about my town. And this is so important. It's so important that we protect our history and the dignity of all of our citizens. And this needs to be stopped. People that have more money should not be favored or should not bully their way into areas and destroy our neighborhoods to put money in their pocket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The concern I have is that
Would you just identify yourself for the record,
I'm Deborah Dagwan, a
please?
former town councilor, so I know the kind of decision you guys are trying to make here, and there's 2 sides to it, and I think that it needs to be looked at again. I appreciate conservation. I also appreciate the attorney who clearly explained this to us in legal terms, so that's important. But I feel as though conservation didn't really take a good look at this and really did not talk with some of the people in the neighborhood who's been there forever, could tell you more about this stream than conservation or anybody else could have. The other thing I realized is that many of the waste of water in our community, in this area, we have Betty's Pond. Nobody pays any attention to Betty's Pond. It's in our neighborhood. You know, we want to have a quality of life, just like other villages do. And they preserve their streams, they preserve the lakes, they preserve the ponds. But many times we're overlooked, and we've been overlooked. So we want our kids to grow up in a neighborhood where they understand the connection, the environmental connection of the waterways, and we don't have a lot of them. Hyannis is being, as someone said, it's just being overbuilt. There's already about, 2, almost 3 other housing complexes that are going to go up in that area. They're already out there. And that's going to make a big difference in the neighborhood. Sometimes I don't think we look at what other projects are going on. We just see a piece of land, somebody owns it, and we just kind of put it in there. But that's a neighborhood, as I said, I'd love to see, as some of the people who spoke earlier, who lived in the neighborhood, enjoyed that little stream, saw the frogs and the other little creatures or whatever that was in the area. And we want our children, the next generation, to have something like that. They bought in that neighborhood because of the kinds of things that are there, because of the stream. And now, all of a sudden, we're kind of losing that, and we're, turning it into a city. But please take another look at this. We don't ask for much. We don't get much. As Jeff was saying earlier, a lot of this has been overlooked. But we have children, we have grandchildren, we want them to experience that. And this is something that we're going to lose. And it's just going to change things. And it's a quality of life issue as well. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you for explaining the legal part of it. And I understand Mr. Bornstein owns the property, but he doesn't live there. These are people who live here, and want to keep something like this in our neighborhoods as well.
Hi. So I am Lynn Rhodes. I am the president for the NAACP for the Cape Cod branch. I'm also the treasurer for the Zion Union Heritage Museum. I work here in Hyannis. I do live in Falmouth. As I read this, I read this to vote on the merits of the petition. I think everyone here, almost everyone here, has agreed, even though you first approved this, you looked at the actual property and have questions. And we actually have a agency and a law firm to look to see if this is actually a legitimate wetlands. I think that's enough to put pause on whatever is going on until we get an actual solution from an independent party. I think it makes sense to say when you vote for this, you're not agreeing to anything other than putting the brakes on what's going on until you gather more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none here, online? Right, Lynn's.
We have Lisa DeLuz. Lisa, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, town councilors and people in the public. I'd just like to speak on this. This whole dewatering. First of all, folks knew there was water in there. I said there was water in there. I live right here at the Conservation Commission. There was a woman with the blonde hair. When I said there's water in there, she said, well, that's not what the mosquito people said. And I said, well, they're wrong. And she goes, well, we'll go with what they said. That's outrageous. Instead of saying, well, maybe we need to come down there and look. Not well, maybe. We need to come down there and look and take a look for ourselves. Not dismiss me and go along with what was a liar. And then they illegally siphoned 10 million gallons of water. No permits, fake DEP sign in front. And why? They thought they could run over little black people. Not gonna happen. They should have never, ever, and when we asked them to stop, they wouldn't stop. Mr. Bornstein knew there was water in there. He's known there's been water in there for 20-something years. It's just disgusting, and this is one of the people was saying earlier, this is why we don't trust the town. The town did that. DPW did that. Your conservation committee did that. And then they were talking about, well, maybe can you slide it over here? Can you slide it over there? That should have never passed. Yet it did. So that's why there's no trust in the town. And I hope you folks pass this to save this little river. And the town attorney, well, yeah, he didn't speak on people not being truthful. All those folks, they all told tales. And it's just not right. And people know about this, and when you pass stuff that ain't right, you leave even more trust. It's deplorable. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Okay. Any further public discussion?
No.
Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at this point. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Julius.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me. Just need a minute to catch my breath. One of the benefits living close to town hall like I do, I'm about 30 seconds away, is I went home and I was watching. I watched the emotion from these people, and I happen to be friends/acquaintances of the Bornsteins. I have nothing against them. I'm an old friend of Paul Revere's, Attorney Revere. Nothing against Paul. But you know, right is right and wrong is wrong. And I listened to Larry Moore a couple minutes ago, and that's kind of probably the primary reason I came back here, because of some of Larry's comments. And you know, the town attorney steps forward tonight, and she's kind of like trying to instill a little bit of fear into you guys. Oh my God, somebody might sue us. You know what I'm so tired of hearing is the threat that, oh, we might get sued. Oh my God, Governor idiot moron Healy up there in Boston. Oh, she might, who cares? Who cares? It's your job and obligation and responsibility to do the right thing. And I can tell you the damn Conservation Commission in this town certainly did the wrong thing here. I missed all of that. We can't get everything. But this is so wrong. It's 1,000% wrong. What they want to do to these people. And wetlands, all of a sudden now, you know, over the years, Barnstable, I've been here now 25 plus years. We used to want to protect wetlands. We used to want to protect everything. Now what? Now all of a sudden, oh, because it's Hyannis, so let's just dump it in there. Dump it in Hyannis. You think this would happen in Osterville? You think this would happen in Chatham or Brewster? This is insanity right here to allow the filling in of wetlands. I can't even believe that I'm standing here tonight having to have this discussion with all of you. So I'm going to look every single one of you straight in your eyes and just ask you please to do the right thing. I've been involved in petitions before. Kind of ironic and interesting over the years when I was here, the past 25 years, we would always put petitions together. And you know what? The town attorneys, who I always thought were supposed to be with us, the voters, the citizens, the residents who make up the town, the town attorneys are supposed to be with us, not against us. And for this town attorney or anyone else to come here and imply or insinuate, oh, you might get sued. Good, let them sue us. Who cares? I'm so sick and tired of hearing that idle threat from our own town attorney. We have 3 town attorneys, and you know something, over the years, I brought lawsuits against the town myself. I brought a case into federal court. That's right, for anyone who doesn't know, and I'm damn proud of it. I don't want to sue the town, but you know what? When I see something wrong, I stand up and fight it. And this needs to be fought. And all of you can do the fighting. Do the right thing. This does have merit. I don't care what this town attorney says. I don't care who says what. This petition has merit. And we cannot start right now and allow the filling in of wetlands, or where are we headed? And keep that in mind when you're voting. Would this be allowed in Centerville? Nope. Osterville, nope. Barnstable Village, nope. West Barnstable, nope. But Hyannis, oh yeah, let's just wave the, green light. Let's give it to Hyannis. So I'll look every one of you straight in your eye and just ask you, please do the right thing. We cannot start down this road to let insanity of this type and this nature happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Revere, did you want to respond? I allowed Mr. Schwab to come up a second time.
Respond to a couple statements, which I'm going to say the word, they're incorrect, because I don't think they're knowingly false. There is 0 wetlands being filled. I have the plan right here, okay? What they're talking about is there's a 50-foot buffer zone. The building, yes, is 3 feet off the no-build zone, okay? But it's no building, no filling of wetlands anywhere. The only interesting issue about this whole property, okay, from that perspective, is there is this stream, okay? And I'm not going to sit here and make a decision about it, but under the State Wetlands Protection Act, if you have what's called an intermittent stream, something that dries out, okay, then you only have to be 50 feet away from it. And it's actually on the far side of the wetland, so it's like nearly 100 feet away from the property. If it's perennial, it's considered to be a river. And there's something known as the Rivers Protection Act, which requires you to be farther away from it than if it's intermittent. And that's a fascinating issue of perennial and not perennial. And that issue, I don't know what's right or wrong, okay? Observations, those could be right. They could not be right. But there is no filling of wetland that is being proposed. The only other thing, too, is Mr. Bornstein has nothing to do with this pumping issue. He owns a property. He's a private person. He wasn't pumping anything for the sewer system. But I just, I love you, John, but no one's filling any wetlands here. I can guarantee you that. There's a very fascinating issue which will be dealt with by DEP about intermittent and perennial. But there's no filling of wetland. That wouldn't be at all. That's all. Just wanted to have that correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I will close the public hearing.
I can't respond to him.
No, we're not going to have, both sides were given 2 opportunities to respond.
Millions of gallons is filling in a wetland,
All right.
okay? That's my comment.
Mr. Julius, please. Thank you. Council discussion. Any council discussion? Council Mendes.
Yeah, thank you, President Hamish. As most people know, I'm from Marston's Mills. But when I was a kid, we all grew up in Hyannis because we had relatives and family that lived on Mitchell's Pitchers, so on and so forth. Mr. Revere mentioned about conservation making a mistake. Well, I can tell you they made a mistake. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not a conservationist, but I have eyes. And I've been going to that stream since I was a child, a little kid, and it has never been dry up until recently. It's with us on a council or the legislative branch of government or the leader of government, whenever we can, we have to try to right a wrong. And they were wrong, plain and simple. So, in my eyes, we have to do what we have to do to mitigate that wrong. It's as simple as that. Anybody who has ever grown up in this area knows what it was. We used to have parties down there. Some of us had our first beers down there, and all of that. And it's gotten to the point where, on Megan, they dried up the river that used to go behind Megan Road. There was a river that went from 28 to Betty's Pond Road that used to be on Megan Road. And what did they do? They developed. They blocked the river. No more river. So what little bit we have left in Hyannis, we have to try to preserve because it's all we have. They would have never did that in my neighborhood of Marston's Mills, ever. They wouldn't have done it at my house in Falmouth, ever. But they feel that they can do it to Hyannis because it's Hyannis. Just like I said earlier, people from Hyannis deserve a quality of life. And it's not fair that not only the population burden is on Hyannis, but now they want to cut off what natural resources we have in Hyannis. And whoever mentioned the park is absolutely right. Hyannis doesn't have a park. A playground park, whatever you want to call it. We don't have one. Wouldn't it be nice for our kids for us to allocate $540,000 to do a park for us? Even though my kids are grown and out of the house, I'd like to see some kids be able to play because Hyannis used to have parks and playgrounds. They did, and not just at the schools. So it's about time we started taking care of the one village that's taking care of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Penn.
Hi, good evening. Let's see. You know, the phrase that I really love that's written here is on the petition itself. It says, "We call on the town to formally recognize the Fort's home as a site of cultural and historical significance." So well said. No doubt about it. I think the town could make a very good case for eminent domain, if need be, because we already own, the Conservation Commission actually has their name on 4 lots that are adjacent to this property. Now, why would it say Conservation Commission versus Town of Barnstable unless in fact it was conservation land? So I'm thinking we should own this one too. The COMCOM, as we all know, based their decision on mosquito control opinion, which has absolutely no jurisdiction on this parcel or the determination. So we look forward to the state's reversal on that. So the question is, do we have to get into specifics tonight? No. And I did get a little too specific, but I just wanted you to know what I was thinking. And I definitely think this petition has merits and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe.
Thank you, President Tamish. It's not the first time that the Conservation Commission has made a large mistake. I think there's a mistake here, and them agreeing to allow Park City Wind to drill underneath the Centerville River was another large mistake, and hopefully that'll be turned around soon. They try hard, and I'm not disparaging anybody there, but those 2 issues were something that stands out for me. I'm not a fan of eminent domain, but I definitely think this has merit, and I've been down to that property. I was with Jeff DeLuz down there. I've seen it before it was drained, and this is a little confusing, this item, and it seems to be at different places and different times, and it mentions Eugenia's house and other things. But my major concern is the wetlands there, and people do deserve to be able to use that pond, and their children enjoy what many of us have when we grew up, bodies of water like this that we learned a lot about nature and how to enjoy it and treat it right. So I do think this has merit. I'd like to see us look into it more. I think the way it's put down in this item is a little bit confusing, but I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, I'll say something right up front, and then I'll make some comments. I will vote for this. I do think it has merit. it's the zoning, stupid. Okay, that's what's causing this whole thing. You know, when Eugenia died, you know, she always lived on Pitcher's Way. I was in her house when she was alive. My mother was very close to her. In fact, she did a documentary and went back to Brava with her. It's called Eugenia Goes Home. So I know Eugenia fairly well, and I admire her. But she owned this property, and someone mentioned she owned a lot of properties. She owned properties on Mitchell's Way. She owned properties in Harwich. So she did own it. And you know who she bought it from? She bought it from the town of Barnstable. It was taken for tax purposes, for non-payment of taxes. So the selectmen owned it, and she bought it. And she was smart. She was a very smart woman. So she bought it at a reduced price. She had tenants in there. She tried to get some of the tenants out. That's why the house is in disrepair. It was already in disrepair when she got it, and then she had some problem tenants in there. But anyways, when she died, she left it to her niece. She left several properties to some of her nieces. And her niece worked for 14 years to try to do something with this property. And I know my predecessor, Councilor Hebert, worked with her niece, with the town, and they could get nowhere with it, nowhere. They lived in California, but they wanted to keep her property. They felt it was important. So 14 years, and they gave up, and they sold it for $90,000. And now the zoning changed, and poof, you can do whatever you want. And gosh darn it, 14 years they tried. They worked with the town. They begged the town, can we do this? Can we do this? No, you can't do any of that. And now it's with this awful zoning, this downtown zoning that never should have included this property. We've had mention that it's conservation property behind it. And if you watch that Conservation Commission, I did live when it was happening. I mean, you have to admire the engineering, but you also have to question the engineering. My goodness, they're sinking these giant steel revetments into the ground. I mean, what are you doing? Why are you building here? And, you know, I'm kind of wandering here, but I'll channel Rick Presby. And I remember Rick telling me, you know, he did a lot of developments when he was the head of the Housing Assistance Corporation. And he talked to me about this one, and he really wanted to do it. And he had an enormous amount of pushback from the public. And he hired lawyers, and they went to court. And after all sorts of appeals and things, and they finally won. And the lawyer said, "Congratulations, Rick. You can build a project." And Rick looked at me and said, "I'm not going to build it. I'm not going to build it. It's not the right thing to do." And that, to me, is the heart of this, is we listen to our people. And we listen to these folks in Hyannis. And we think about the 14 years that Eugenia's relatives tried to do something. And they didn't have the zoning to help them do it. And it's wrong. And I would hope the owner of the property now would have the same thoughts as Rick Presby. Like, maybe I don't do this. Maybe, gosh darn it, maybe this isn't the place to build. Maybe there's a greater purpose for this land. And it absolutely has merits for more discussion, and I agree, Larry Moore, your comments were very well taken. You know, there's a reasonable doubt here, and we have to go with that. Thank you.
Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Tamish. I don't know if anyone in the room can speak to where we are on, do we have a time frame from the DEP to be hearing back about the appeal? Do we have any information on that?
The dewatering threw a sort of a monkey wrench into everything. So one would expect to hear back in approximately 70 days. And we're pushing that limit now. And we've kept them appraised of Concom on Tuesday. And one would think that, depending on how that goes and whether or not we appeal that decision, they might be coming forward with a decision 2-3 weeks' time. So there is some urgency to kind of button this up a little bit. And frankly, we need the help. I mean, we're burning through money on the lawyers. We're raising money online. We got a gentleman came out of the blue from Barnstable, picked up a third of the tab. Doesn't even live down here. Without him, we'd be nowhere. So we're kind of on a thin thread here. Got maybe 2-3 weeks. That's about how much we have left in legal fees. So we need reinforcements. We need someone to come in. Thank you.
Councilman Vic?
Thank you, President Tamish. If I could ask through you, Mr. President, to bring Jim Comfort up, some of the things I just think there's a little bit of misinformation in regards to the Eugenia Fortis property and then Stuart Bornstein's property and how the form-based code and the downtown zoning necessarily applied to that. So could I do that?
Absolutely. Mr. Kupfer?
Okay. Forts. Eugenia Forts.
Good evening, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development.
Thank you very much. And Director Comfort, if you could please, can you just answer the question, the Eugene Fort's property, does that fall into the downtown zoning?
Right, so the property 23 Pleasant Hill Lane is not in the downtown zoning, so that is single-family zoning.
Okay, so that's not affected by the downtown zoning. Okay, so just to clarify that, not to say that this petition doesn't have merit, but the form-based code did not affect that piece of property. Furthermore, 32 Pleasant, it was in the downtown zoning, but because it's in the DV district, there's restrictions, correct? So that's to say that his project is by right, is that a correct statement?
Right, so we're referring to 32 Pleasant Hill
Correct.
Lane. And so as I reported to the council previously, as proposed, as I believe Attorney Revere showed in that plan, that proposal is not by right. That went through informal site plan review and was noted by my office as not by right. There's multiple special permits that would be required that would need to go to the planning board if they were to pursue that project. I have not seen anything further since that time, which was several months ago.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot. I just think it's really important if we're going to make a decision on things that the information that we get, and honestly, the information that ends up going out to the public and that maybe causes them to sign a petition, if that information's incorrect, we need to take that into consideration. So that was the correct information, and that's not what's been talked about necessarily by everyone today. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Mr. Kupfer, if you want to just clarify?
I believe the council, point of information, the council is asking the questions in the meeting. So if it wants to come through you, that's fine, but it's not by the
I'll
public.
allow Mr. Kupfer if he has to clarify if there's a question.
Sure. So I believe the question was for me just to reiterate the last part about 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. So I provided in writing to the council several months ago the status of 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. So there is multiple permitting processes that go through for any kind of development, and this one specifically, 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, went through informal site plan review. It was noted during informal site plan review, all the different departments take a look at the proposed project, and it was noted that as proposed, it would not be by right. It did require a special permit, and that permit would come from the planning board. They are the special permit granting authority within the downtown Hyannis zoning and this specific property.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. Just so I'm clear, and hopefully the residents are clear, and Director Kupfer, I have two questions. One is for you, and one is around the conservation issue.
Sure.
So it goes through informal site plan review. What's the difference between informal and formal?
Sure. So So informal site plan review. So in our zoning ordinance, it's codified as site plan review. Every development within a threshold has to come to site plan review. Most projects, anything larger than single family or duplex, are coming to site plan review. And informal site plan review is what many communities refer to as like a tech review meeting. So all the different department heads get together, we review projects that are coming forward to the town, and we provide our technical expertise. Myself, I review for zoning related items and other items. Fire department's there, Board of Health is there, building department runs the meetings, and many other departments are there if there's an applicable project for them to review. So informal is that first step where we give initial reactions and initial comments, and it basically just forms a letter that is given back to the developer to say, hey, here's all the outstanding items that are necessary. A lot of times they come 2, maybe 3 times through informal site plan review because the list was long at first and it's slowly ticking away. Then the development goes to what the building commissioner refers to as formal site plan review. And formal site plan review, depending on if you're in the downtown Hyannis zoning, or not, would allow for public comment as well. In the downtown Hyannis zoning, there's allowed for public comment. And that, at formal, that's hopefully when you have checked all those boxes of the technical review, and now the building commissioner, through different departments, are identifying what relief might be necessary, if there is relief. So for instance, for this property, if it were to proceed as it has been proposed to date, it was identified as not being by right. If there was no adjustments to that plan, it would continue to be not by right, and it would be identified a formal site plan of your path to permitting is what we like to call it. So we'll identify any additional permits that are necessary. Sometimes it's conservation. For this one, there was at least 1 special permit to the planning board, likely 2. And then there may be others from different departments I don't have off the top of my head. And so at formal, there would be a letter issued from the building commissioners outlining the relief necessary and say, go on your way to those applicable boards. Then they would go to, say, for instance, for this one, if it's planning board, it would come to the planning board, and that would be a public hearing. We'll hold a public hearing, and the planning board, through our staff report, will indicate that they've gone through the formal site plan review process. They've received that letter stating you need the relief that is proposed before the planning board, and that's why the hearing is being taken place.
And for this property, how did it go from informal site plan review to a hearing at the Conservation Commission?
Right. So it can run perpendicular or parallel, excuse me, with conservation, especially when you need to delineate the wetland. So you need to know what you're working with, essentially. And so with the conservation, they have apparently indicated that it was intermittent. And so Attorney Revere is correct in that there's different buffers for different areas. And so to continue on through informal, conservation would have stated, if they didn't have already delineated the wetlands, they would have said, you need to go do that because we need to know if your property needs to be pushed back even further. So if they didn't do that, that would have been a box that needed to be checked and identified in an informal site plan. And so conservation has done that. If as mentioned, the state comes back and determines that it's a different designation and additional buffer is necessary. That's going to be identified in the informal site plan review as you need to move that to this buffer now and redesign your plan accordingly.
Okay, and just again, so I'm clear because I am still confused. I know we have the dewatering issue, and that's one issue over here. We have the intermittent and perennial stream issue over here. The appeal, as I think I understand it, is an appeal for the decision of the intermittent stream, and that appeal...
No, it's really the 50-foot versus 200-foot.
But that's based on the intermittent or perennial designation. So that appeal of the potentially incorrect decision of it being intermittent versus perennial, that appeal goes to our Conservation Commission?
No, so the Conservation Commission, no matter what the project is, if the Conservation Commission makes a determination and someone appeals it, it goes to the Department of Environmental Protection. So the state has a review body, and they're going to review those decisions. And they could potentially, if they could give guidance, they could issue a superseding order, meaning they could issue their own decision saying, you're completely wrong and this is the case. They could remand it back and tell them to look at it again. So we'll be interested to see what the state comes back with in their determination.
Okay, and then the meeting on Tuesday, I think it's Tuesday, that's around the dewatering, which is separate than that.
Yeah.
I hope that makes that somewhat more clear for all of the twists and turns in this project. And thank you so much for explaining the complicated process, because when we're in something informal, it doesn't seem like we should get something so formal as a conservation determination. So that seemed confusing to me, so I really do appreciate you explaining that to myself and to the public at large. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Kupfer?
Yeah, this is for Jim. Jim, what drove the requirement for a special permit? Was it the design? Was the site, if it conformed with the zoning, it would have been by right, but because it didn't? Or is there the site require a special permit for some reason?
Yes, so both. So for this property, so any new curb cut, so any property that doesn't have existing curb cut, so the downtown Hyannis zoning was meant to limit additional, connections from the roadways. We're looking to hide the parking. We're looking to increase pedestrian connectivity, et cetera, et cetera. And so in the downtown Hyannis zoning specifically, and only in the downtown Hyannis zoning, an additional curb cut requires a special permit. This property is a vacant lot, doesn't have a curb cut, requires a special permit no matter what. So the site requires a special permit. In addition, the project requires a special permit because of the design. There's very specific design requirements within our downtown Hyannis zoning, very specific, that's very unique to downtown Hyannis, and the design just simply doesn't meet the zoning.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Crowe?
I'd like to move the question.
Okay, there's been a motion to move the question.
That's okay.
Councilor Crowe, some people perhaps that have not had a chance to speak.
Okay, I will rescind my motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Schnepp?
Thank you, President Tamish. I have some questions for our council, if Karen could come up. Could you delineate what a yes vote would mean for this item and what a no vote would mean for this item?
Sure. Karen Ober, Town Attorney. So a yes vote is the council finding that the petition has merit. And then that's what a yes vote is. And then you would decide in the future whether you wanted to take any actions based on that determination. A no vote is that you would find that the petition does not have merit.
And you previously, in your explanation, were recommending that the petition doesn't have merit, or maybe that's what you were putting up forth, because of some of the concerns with how we would move forward with taking action on the petition?
Yeah, so the petition is not about whether you agree or with what the Conservation Commission did. You don't have any ability to tell them what to do. There is an appeal process, and that is going through that process. That's not what this petition is. This petition, at the end of the day, is saying we want the town to take ownership of these properties. And again, if the owners don't want to sell them, the only way for the town to take ownership is by eminent domain. And if you take it by eminent domain, then I was providing you with the information about recent cases where towns have tried to take property because they didn't like what the private owners were doing, and they were trying to stop the development. And the courts have said, you're acting in bad faith, it's not a valid taking, and then there are costs associated with that. So I get that people don't like what's happening at the property. That's not what this petition actually is asking the council to vote on. And what you're being asked to vote on is whether the idea of taking the properties by eminent domain in this factual circumstance has merit. So a yes vote would be that it does.
And the petition includes both properties,
It does.
so we can't separate out a petition that's handed to us into two different.
No, I think you vote on the entire petition as written. And to Attorney Revere's point, he's correct. It was not addressed properly to the council. I think I had a conversation with President Tamish. We thought we would, it made sense to go forward with it anyway, but technically it wasn't addressed properly, so he's correct about that.
I just, out of respect, thank you, Mr. President, out of respect to the members of the audience, the two properties are in two different zones. And I'm not sure why they were combined necessarily. I think they need to stand on their own separately and then move forward with that. Because they are not in the same zone, it's a little bit apples and oranges. And I don't know if I could move forward with that because for that reason, I understand the one that we need to preserve that, and I'm all for preserving Eugene Ford's legacy in this town. I've made it known when that mural was on place. I believed it belonged on Main Street, different things, and I've been a friend to that cause, but I'm not sure that it would have merit based on the fact that we're attaching two separate things that don't really have much to do with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Nober, within the petition, it says establish a permanent wetland conservancy. Could you define? I mean, we have conservation restrictions,
Right.
but I'm
I'm
not familiar with the other
assuming-
verbiage.
I'm assuming that that is meant to be a conservation restriction. That's not a term with any actual meaning. And a designated local cultural heritage site is also not a term with any actual meaning.
Okay. And within the petition, you said that the phrase, "to halt all further development approvals at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane and prioritize permanent protection," we have no authority to halt any further, whether it be planning board, zoning board of appeals,
correct.
or conservation commission or anything else. We have no right to say, don't hear their appeal, don't hear their petition or anything
That
else.
is correct.
Is that correct? So, I don't necessarily disagree with the premise of the 1 and 2 to preserve the properties, but it just seems to me that the petition itself is deficient.
And you can't really preserve properties unless you own them.
Unless you own them, correct. So, I mean, basically what the petition is asking is for the town to take these two properties by eminent domain.
Correct.
I mean, that, or negotiate, or enter into
Negotiate if there's a
negotiated
willing
sale
seller, yes.
of the properties.
Yes.
So, yeah. So, I mean, I think I just have a problem with format. I don't have a problem, perhaps, the underlying sentiments, but, I do have a problem with the format. But anyone else? Okay. Seeing.
I agree with you, Mr. President, that what has been brought forward in this petition are important issues for us to consider. I don't think this petition is the document that we would act on tonight for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further council discussion, I believe, we will go to a vote on the merits of the petition as presented.
Yes vote is that it does.
Okay, a yes vote is that does have merit.
Councilors, Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
No.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn. Yes. Schnepp,
No.
Starr,
No.
Tamish.
In its current format, no, but again, the underlying sentiments I think we can work with, but to pass the petition as, or to find the petition as written has merit, I have a problem with that. So my vote is no.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
No.
Clark.
Yes.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 to 5, it passes.
Okay, thank you. So for further discussion, we will consult and see how we move forward on this to accomplish its underlying purposes. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Schnepp, I believe that was you. Councilor Neary, please. 2026-029, page 19.
Give me 2 secs here, Mr. President, with pleasure. Let's see what we got. All right, this is old business requiring a public hearing and a majority vote of the council. It's item number 2026-029. It's a resolve approving and adopting the Town of Barnstable 2025 Housing Production Plan dated May 12th, 2025, as written.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. 19. Okay, who, we've had a discussion previously on this. Mr. Kupfer, are you going to present the rationale on this?
I will. If someone wants to read it in, and then I can provide my presentation.
I believe we did.
We did.
We did. He just read it in.
Here we are. Good evening, everyone, again. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development, here to seek the Town Council's approval this evening for the 2025 Housing Production Plan. This evening, I hope to go over the plan itself, the draft plan that's before you. I know the Council has had some time with this plan. It's been provided through regular plan as well as the red line version representing the changes between now and about 6 months ago. So if you recall, 6 months ago, I was before the Council with a housing production plan that looked a little bit different than what you have before you this evening. I believe the sentiments that I heard was to maybe go back to the drawing board, gain some public feedback, as well as the issue of separating out the topic of our local comprehensive plan and our housing production plan. And I believe what you have before you achieves all of those items. So quickly this evening, and I know you've again have seen a lot of this presentation before, so I'll go quickly, but I'm happy to go back at the end. What is a housing production plan? The community engagement that we did dive into, the structure of a housing production plan and this housing production plan, the goals, strategies, and action plan that's before you, and our next steps. So what is a housing production plan? A housing production plan is a proactive strategy for planning and developing affordable housing. So let's be clear about the intent of this plan. And each of the goals and each of the strategies you'll see point back to affordable housing. The HPP identifies the housing needs of a community and the goals and strategies it will use to identify and achieve or maintain the 10% threshold mandated by Mass General Law 40B. And that's why we're before you this evening. Mass General Law 40B, adopted in 1969, said that every community in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is to seek and achieve 10% affordable housing. And when they implemented that law, regulation said you needed to develop out a plan in which you are to achieve this 10%. So this plan here begins to outline how town of Barnstable could potentially achieve 10% affordable housing over time. So again, this is comes to you through Master General Law 40B, and so with the regulations, it spells out the required elements that are in the plan and in the plan before you this evening. The first is the comprehensive housing needs assessment. The second is affordable housing goals and strategies, and lastly, the implementation plan. So as you guys have all seen in many other plans that we brought before you, it has kind of very similar parts. The first is the data behind the plan. The second is the goals that are trying to achieve the issues that we have identified through the existing conditions and data. And lastly, the implementation plan, how are we going to implement the strategies to achieve the goals. So there's two potential next steps with a plan if it was to leave the town council this evening. It's first an approval and then potentially certification down the road. An approval means that the state has reviewed our plan and believe that it meets all the requirements in the guidelines put forward. The next certification is the next step beyond that, where we've actually begun to achieve those goals. We've achieved the 10%. We have the approved plan, and then you can be certified, and that puts you into a very safe harbor position, meaning that you as the council can decide whether or not you want to consider future affordable housing projects through comprehensive permits, again, under Mass General Law 40B. So as I mentioned at the last time I was before you, we, I think as a group, decided we should go back, have additional outreach meetings and discuss this plan a little bit further. So that's why there's a range of years. So this has been a process, an evolving process over the last 3 years. And I think, as you may agree, over the last year, it's taken a good turn to refocus this plan to affordability. So throughout those 3 years, we had 9 focus groups, 2 community workshops, 2 public meetings, an online survey, and actually multiple 30-day public comment periods. How is the housing production plan structured? So our plan here, we have an introduction, housing goals, strategies, that demographic profile, that data behind it, the housing conditions, our existing conditions, our development constraints. As we heard, we have a lot of wetlands in town, and we have a lot of other development constraints that we identify here in the plan, and implementation capacity and resources. What kind of resources do we have to put forward to try and achieve our goals here? We have essentially 4 overarching goals. The first is, as mandated essentially by Mass General Law 40B, that 10% of our year-round housing units will be found on the subsidized housing inventory, meaning they are deemed as deed-restricted affordable. We are still at, I believe, 7.17% the last time I looked at it, I believe. So we are, that actually sounds kind of close to 10%, but we're over 700 units away from getting to 10%, so that is a long way away in reality, though there are some different strategies one could take to try and get there a little bit quicker. Number 2, assist in stabilizing housing and provide housing assistance programs and services for Barnstable's most vulnerable residents. Number 3, enhance our local capacity to implement deed-restricted affordable housing initiatives and strengthen working partnerships with our local and regional organizations. And I'll talk about a regional organization that we're hopefully getting up and running very shortly. Number 4, partner and promote greater public awareness and understanding of Barnstable's housing needs through continued research, outreach, and public education. So we've divided our strategies into 3 different central buckets. The first is planning, policy, and zoning, so our regulatory frameworks. And so I'll just quickly go through these strategies. Many of them were found in the previous draft. A lot of the previous draft was cut back to, again, refocus on affordable housing, and also to marry it with the housing subcommittee, the ad hoc housing subcommittee that was put forward by the town council, we made sure that all those recommendations were implemented or established in our strategies. One, pursue the extension of Barnstable's residential property tax exemption to Barnstable property owners and provide affordable year-round rentals to income-eligible tenants. This is one that we heard from the public, both in the housing production plan and the LCP, of a strategy that the town could consider. Certainly, that would be up to the council to put that forward as a strategy that they want to move forward with. We note that this may be something that we want to look at to strengthen that accessory affordable apartment program. I know in previous conversations, I think Councilor Lucky actually brought it up about how can we look to strengthen that the AAP now that ADUs are by right, and this is potentially one avenue for just that. Number two, amend zoning to incentivize development and redevelopment of existing parcels that create affordable, assisted or independent living. So that incentivized development, redevelopment is critical of existing parcels. Looking at trying to again, balance, going back to balance of planning here in the town of Barnstable and looking at, we had a lot of great conversations about resource protections, and one great way to protect our resources is to redevelopment already developed sites that are maybe underutilized or vacant. Revise our inclusionary affordable housing ordinance. This is one that's been a hot topic for a while now. Again, that's that topic of we currently require 10% affordability, and I think we've heard loud and clear we need to look at that much closer and reevaluate that percentage of affordable units. Consider regulations and other policies focused on short-term rentals to the extent they impact year-round affordable housing. And again, the reason it says impact year-round affordable housing is we're talking about the housing production plan specifically. But as we mentioned in the local comprehensive plan, also comments regarding strategies to look at short-term rentals. Number 5, pursue the creation of affordable year-round housing on vacant and underutilized land. And this is, again, a topic where, and we will probably pick it up again, but talking about town-owned land, too, and whether or not we want to look at producing housing on town-owned land. And this actually, as I'm getting ahead of myself, it is another strategy. But I'm very eager to know through the strategic planning initiative whether that truly is a priority for the council. And if so, we're ready to go with the strategies we have already in both our HPP here and our LCP. Moving into the second bucket, local initiatives and programmatic strategies. Number 1, seek opportunities to increase the number of affordable units in future privately developed projects or create more deeply affordable SHI units, subsidized housing, affordable deemed by the state, and existing moderate income deed-restricted units by coordinating permit process with incentive. This is a very wordy strategy as I'm reading it out loud. But ultimately, incentivize through the Affordable Housing Trust. Work on ways to better increase our affordable units through our Affordable Housing Trust. Here's the number 2, explore community-supported opportunities, essentially on town properties that we've identified. And we're actually working with asset management to see if we can identify more for future discussions. Number 3, strengthen and coordination funding and integration of available rent assistance, foreclosure prevention, and housing stabilization. Again, looking at those most need. I know the county's discussing what are the needs of housing in and around Cape Cod. And one thing that Barnstable continues to bring up is the desperate need for assistance for our homeless population. And that's just not something that, to Councilor Mendez's point, that's not maybe shared throughout the Cape, but it's definitely something we identify here in the town of Barnstable as a desperate need. Number 4, seek to establish a housing rehab program to help low-income homeowners preserve their existing house, so stay in place and help fund repairs for health and safety purposes. Number 5, continue to seek ways to defray costs related to pre-development. So our housing trust already has a program. How can we better that? Lastly, the third bucket, capacity coordination and research education strategies. One, continue to promote and educate public on housing initiatives. We got a slew of them. We recently did that LIP guidelines, the local initiative program guidelines, obviously the ADU ordinance, brand new from the state, and many others. So continuing to educate the public on all the different ways, all the different things they could take advantage of here in the town of Barnstable. Number two, create a regional housing services office to expand resources. This is the monitoring aspect, the monitoring of our affordable units. I just got word today, actually, that the RFP for the regional housing services went out, and they have awarded it to an entity. So it looks like we are gaining steam. I will certainly be reporting back to the council as that progresses. Number three, clarify roles and responsibilities of the housing trust, boards and committees, town staff, engages trust on housing development early. This is definitely to a number of councilors' points. Councilor Clark and I had a really good conversation about how to engage our boards and committees to better advise on certain things, and this is exactly one of those potential strategies. Number four, build partnerships with local organizations and continue to target populations such as low-income, seniors, BIPOC, communities across the town of Barnstable. Number five, recruit, develop, and sustain dedicated, experienced town staff to continue coordination of town's affordable housing efforts and entities. Number six, support the Barnstable Housing Trust by continuing to provide funding through CPA and also looking to diversify our affordable housing trust funding. Right now, it's predominantly Community Preservation Act funds, and so looking at different ways. And you heard earlier about potentially the transfer, not fee, or not tax fee, but maybe some other avenues for funding as well. So we take all those strategies and put them in an action plan. Those action plans, what we've updated this go around was some real metrics to try and plan for how we can achieve additional affordability by strategy. So the action plan has additional metrics in order to try and see if we're meeting those marks over the coming years. Next steps, if the council so chooses to approve the plan and adopt the plan, the town manager will move this to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities for their review and approval. For the public, the plan is right on the town's website. On the left side, the big housing button, you'll find the housing production plan right there. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Council discussion. Start on my left. Oh, I apologize. Oh, okay. Down the bottom of the page, it did not have public hearing. Okay. So I will open a public hearing at this point. We've already heard the rationale, so I guess we're good there. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing no one online, I will close the public hearing at this point. Is there any discussion? On my left, Councilor Starr.
Hello there. Mr. Cupford, do we have to move forward on some of these recommendations in the HPP? Do we have to wait for approval from the state?
No, certainly not. I mean, after approval from our council, I mean, that gives clear direction that some of these strategies are of interest to our community and our leadership. We can certainly bring some of these strategies forward to the council for consideration.
Okay.
Again, I would say maybe that's a near future workshop where we, again, prioritize some of the things, very similar to what we did with the downtown Hyannis zoning, to say maybe these three are things that we really want to prioritize here, and we could get going right away.
Good. So I look forward to that workshop where we can just start to prioritize and move forward and
sure,
just begin. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Schnepp.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Jim, for giving us a great overview of the plan. I appreciate all the additional work that went into getting public input and revising the plan, and I think it really is a much more streamlined document now that really focuses on our affordable housing need. And I think most of us would agree it remains a huge need in our community. So hopefully we will be able to pass this tonight.
Anyone else on my left? Councilor Crowe?
Thank you, Jim, for presenting this again, and I appreciate the job you've done. When we sent this back a number of months ago to your committee to redo it, one of the things that stood out for me is number one, the property tax exemption for local owners of year-round rentals. This idea actually emerged locally from the Hyannis Chamber of Commerce after the local stakeholders process. And the chamber had spoken out against mainstream STR rules and used across the U.S. to protect housing for locals. This is also a Cape Cod Commission recommendation. Its so-called stakeholders are not our public. They are often paid reps from invited organizations. That's the case in this point of view. This approach has also been prioritized by business entities that oppose short-term rental rules that prioritize locals over non-resident investors. For example, HAC and its for-profit partners, chambers, and builders and realtors. This is included in the LCP chaired by a local Airbnb owner a number of years ago. One of the issues here also is one of the problems is a local landlord who has many units that he owns, who does not short-term rental at this time, has encouraged this for a long time. But I think we should look into what the financial windfall would be to actually pay him for not doing what he's already not doing. It seems like there's a little bit of a dichotomy here, so I'd like to see this amended to strike the recommendation to extend the property tax exemption to landlords who agree to long-term rent their STR property. I think what we're going to be doing is hopefully going over short-term rental regulations that will take care of this issue. And this is one of the things that I was concerned about that sent it back, that I didn't want to see come back up. And the other one is number 4, short-term rental regulation review. On page 15 and 26, everything on page 26 pertains to taxes, fees, and not mainstream short-term rental rules that are in place across the United States to prioritize local housing stock for locals, not for non-resident investors. Governor Healy's At Home Forever and Comprehensive Plan also stated the issues where on Cape we have a figure of 36% that are short-term rented. On Vineyard, they're 60%. And she also estimated that over 9,000 homes between 2010 and 2020 have been removed from the long-term stock. And the availability of modestly priced homes and apartments is dwindling as they are acquired by upscale investors who sell or rent at a much higher price point. Cities and towns across the U.S. and internationally, including seasonal and tourist-based communities like Cape and Islands, have acted to protect housing and inventory, prioritize existing housing stock for residents, and to maintain the quality of life and feeling of our community. I think it's time that we get serious about protecting our existing housing stock for locals and not play with tax incentives. So both of those issues I'd like to see struck from this document.
Just, if I may, real quick. So number 4.
Number 1 and number 4.
Number 4 seeks to add short-term rental regulations. So I believe that's what you would like to see.
But in the page that it's not page 26, all it talks is about taxes and fees about short-term rental and not actually regulations of those short-term rentals. So I've taken my time. I just wanted to point those two out, and I think I would like to ask for, when I put it forward, to strike those 2 items. I think that's.
I mean, I'm happy to do so. I'm concerned striking number 4 is going to be the counter of what you're seeking there, because number 4 states consider regulations or other policies focused on short-term rentals to the extent they impact year-round housing. I get the following chapters might not directly relate to the exact regulations you're hoping for, but number 4 specifically says hey, town council, maybe you should consider short-term regulations.
I certainly agree with that.
That's what it says. Consider regulations.
Yeah, it does say it, but what is, I'm just saying in the text on page 15 and 26, it basically only talks about the fees and how we can tax, do those things, instead of how we can actually regulate them, which is our power as a town council. So, okay. Okay, we can do both. So I'd like to put a motion to strike number 1 off this list, which is give it a property tax exemption for local homeowners of year-round rentals. Because what we're doing is, it could have effects on people who are doing the right thing now, and then they'll say, well, geez, I can say that I'm not renting these. And for each unit they have, they'll get a tax exemption. I think that's a big giveaway to some people who are sitting on a lot of property. And so I have an issue with that. So I put a motion into, I would like the motion that we delete that number 1 item.
Okay, there's a motion made. Do I have a second?
Oh.
I'm sorry? Oh, Councilor Turkinson, second. Okay, motion made and second to strike number 1 regarding, would you read your motion again, John, to the,
Number 1.
that was payments for,
This is just number 1 on the list as for the action plan. That is to, I suggest we delete number 1, the property tax exemption for local owners of year-round rentals. I think that should be done by regulation, and also it's going to open the door for paying people who are not doing that right now, but are sitting on a lot of properties. I think that's a problem.
okay. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Councilor Starr?
Thank you. Mr. President, I don't think this is the place to debate all the different action items. I think we have a workshop. We put them in order of which ones we want to go for first. It's been through a long process. I think we should just move the whole thing forward, and then we can deal with them as they come up. I wasn't ready to debate anything tonight.
Well,
Thank you.
I believe he has the right to make a motion, and if the motion is voted down, then it would have the effect of moving it as written. So, any further discussion, Councilor Neary?
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you, Mr. Kupfer. With all due respect, John, your motion is aimed at people that own multiple properties, and I understand that. However, I think our focus should always be on trying to get more stock and get people out of the short-term rental cycle. And if we can create frankly, a monetary opportunity to help them break even, whether it be a mortgage or whatever they're covering, I think that it makes sense to try to incentivize folks to go with a 12-month or year-round rental as opposed to this basically 100-day war that we have here on Cape Cod. So I don't think I'd be able to support that motion.
Let everybody have a chance to speak. Councilor Mendez?
I agree with Councilor Crowe with some of it, but I think that for the person who has 1 or 2 properties, I think they should get the tax exemption because those are the ones that will look for the windfall from a short-term rental. Most people with multiple properties, I don't believe will need a tax incentive to rent their properties because they have to. So I think we should take a more nuanced approach to that, maybe. Take a more nuanced approach. Okay. Instead of, maybe putting a cap on the number of properties to qualify for the tax exemption. That's what I think.
Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I'm concerned, John, you might be missing the subtext to this. I believe this is only applicable to those that rent to affordable tenants, correct? This isn't a year-round market rate.
Right, so the strategy itself is dedicated towards affordable,
Right.
correct. Now, I should remind everyone, these are strategies for consideration. Ultimately, the council, if you prioritize this one, you could make it however you think is right for the town of Barnstable. We're stating affordability because we think that's a need, and it's also, again, directing as part of the housing production plan. But if this rises to priority for you and you want to talk about market rate, you certainly could.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel more comfortable leaving it in so we could have those, as Jeff said, a nuanced discussion. Because I've watched the hearings of the accessory affordable apartment program we have, and it's one after the next, they're coming out of it because of the ADU regulation. So we're losing a lot of our affordable apartments. So I think this is a very important tool to stay in there, and we can have the nuanced discussion afterwards. If we want to put strict requirements, there has to be an affordable tenant in there. Can't be market rate. That might address some of your concerns, because that's certainly not going to be a windfall for anyone. So I won't support your motion.
Councilor Turkleson?
Thank you, President Tamish. Director Kupfer, if we did say we make it for affordable rentals only, who would be responsible, or how would we actually systematize that? So that sounds like more work for somebody somewhere.
Yeah, and so that certainly would be part of the discussion about if the council wishes to implement a new program. We're going to have that discussion about how do we administer those programs. And so, yes, there would certainly be additional staff time for consideration, but we haven't dove into the details just yet on that.
Okay, any further discussion on my right? Councilor Crowe, did you?
Having heard the discussion and from Paul and Jeff here, I will withdraw my motion for a more nuanced discussion at another time.
Okay. Certainly.
Just something to chew on is that, yes, ideally we want to do it affordable, but one's affordable is another person's not. And we can't look at it from the perspective of our life experiences. We have to look at it from the perspective of what people that are renting apartments are going through now. And there's a lot of people right now that are renting apartments, 1, 2-bedroom apartments. There's 2, 3, 4 people in there. So I think that, yes, we need, nobody's arguing that we don't need incentives for affordability. Of course we do. But by the same token, affordability on itself isn't really something that's attainable. To me, it's worth it to get things in the inventory rather than just concentrating on affordability. So if we can dissuade somebody from not Airbnb-ing something and getting it in the market, there'll be a customer for that apartment. That's my overall goal, is inventory, not necessarily affordability, knowing that, of course we need affordability. Everybody realizes that. But we need inventory more than we need affordability.
Thank you. Councilor Turkleson?
I don't disagree with Councilor Mendez's point, but I thought that the housing production plan was supposed to be focused on affordable housing. I don't disagree at all. I think it's even just a nuanced agreement there, because it's complicated, is I guess what I'm saying. And so it's supposed to be about affordability. So, but I get what
I
you're
think what
saying.
we have to remember is these are just suggestions or strategies. Anything that happens has to come before the council in the form of a ordinance or zoning change or whatever. So, these are simply strategies that for us to consider in the future. So I don't think we need to debate them tonight, but. Counselor Bloom, you haven't spoken. Did you want to speak?
Jim, in December 24, I think the planning board provided 6 or 7 or 8 recommendations. And in July, I think it was pared down to 2, and there was at least one recommendation that they were concerned about regarding water. Did that make it back into the plan?
No, so the planning board, through their recommendation back to the council, did offer, I believe, 4 additional recommendations that aren't in the plan that were maybe not directed specifically to affordable housing, but they preferred some of those strategies from the previous iteration. And so they offered that through the letter to you. But no, they did not make it in the updated plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good one. Counselor Penn?
Yes, hi. I agree with Gordon, and I agree with what Laura Schufelt said earlier this evening about this is not perfect and it's probably not complete, as we've already discussed tonight. So, but if we pass it, we can fix it and do what you need to prioritize the goals coming up, at a workshop or however you wish to do it. So why don't we just do that? So I guess I can make a motion to move the question unless you're done with discussion.
Okay, motion has been made.
Excuse me. We have the motion withdrawn. We don't have a second. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. We now have a motion to move the question.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
12 yes. Thank you.
Okay, the question has been moved. Madam Clerk? Roll call vote, I guess, on the question?
Sorry about that. Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
12 yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes. We move on to new business.
Excuse me for a
2020
second. Could we just take a
sorry.
5-minute break?
Okay. Well, we take
Thank you.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm coming over.
Are you ready to go? Okay, if councilors could take their seats, we will resume. Sorry. 2026-031, please, if you would.
Certainly. This is new business. Item number 2026-031 may be acted upon, majority vote. Authorization to contract for and expand a fiscal year 2026 grant from the United States Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources Conservation Service in the amount of $100,000 for design of the Upper Masters Mills River fish passage improvements.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I would recognize Rob Steen from the Department of Public Works.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Rob Steen with the Department of Public Works. As was noted, this is a $100,000 grant for design of the Upper Masters Mills River fish passage improvements. What this grant will allow us to do is go from the 60% design point to 100% design point. In interest of time, I won't read you the analysis that's here, but it's there for your reading. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay. This is a majority vote. Is there any discussion on the part of the council? You do have the rationale in front of you in the agenda. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Neary. Okay. Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Yes.
Crow. Okay. Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
11 yes.
Okay, the motion does pass. Councilor Crowe, could you do 2026-032, please?
This is an item of new business, may be acted upon by a majority vote. It's item number 2026-032, authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 grant from the United States Department of Agricultural Natural Resources Conservation Service in the amount of $178,925 for the design, construction of Little River Road landing stormwater improvement.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I recognize Rob Steen, Assistant Director of the DPW.
Thank you very much. Also in the interest of time, this grant will provide funding and design to 75% of the construction for this project. The 25% of construction that we are responsible for, we are covering through other mechanisms.
Very good, thank you. Any questions? Any discussion on my right? Seeing none, any discussion on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
12 yes. Thank you.
Thank you for
Motion
your
does
support.
pass. Thank you. Vice President Clark, could you do 2026-033, please?
Gladly. Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business may be acted upon with a majority vote. Agenda item 2026-033, authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 municipal digital equity implementation grant from the Massachusetts Technology Collaborative in the amount of $100,000 for the purpose of upgrading the public Wi-Fi at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center.
Second. Okay, motion made and seconded. I recognize Jim Cupford, Director of Planning and Development, for the rationale.
Good evening, Jim Cupford, Director of Planning and Development. The town of Barnstable was awarded a grant in the amount of $100,000 to upgrade the public Wi-Fi at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. These funds were awarded by the Massachusetts Technology Collaborative to the town following the town's completion of our Town of Barnstable Digital Equity Plan. This grant is 100% reimbursable, and the budget is $100,000. No matching funds are required.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? On my right? On my left? Gordon?
Thank you.
Counselor Starr?
Mr. Kupfer, I was just wondering who wrote the grant? Who applied for this?
Planning and Development with the assistance of the IT department
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
and Recreation Department as well.
Okay, great.
Counselor Crowe?
I'd just like to say that I sort of like to vote against this because if we're at the HYCC, you should be doing something like exercising versus playing hockey versus on your phone, but otherwise.
Any further discussion? I'm just curious, for $100,000, does this Wi-Fi extend about a mile in each direction, or what?
I'm not certain of the specifications. We did bounce it off of Jim Benoit, though.
Wow. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn.
Yes,
12 yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion does pass. Counselor Bloom, if you could do 2026-034, please.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Item 2026-034 is, may be acted upon by a majority vote. It's the authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 Regional Public Safety Answering Point and Regional Emergency Communications Center Development Grant in the amount of $861,378 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I recognize Assistant Town Manager Clyburn for the rationale.
Good evening again, councilors. On behalf of the towns of Barnstable, Yarmouth, and Sandwich, the Town of Barnstable Police Department applied for and was awarded a State 2026 Regional Public Safety Answering Point and Regional Emergency Communications Center grant in the amount of $861,378. This funding represents the third funding grant for this project. The first grant awarded was in 2024, the second 2025, now this one in 2026, for a total of $1,472,922 over the 3 years that it's been awarded thus far. The Town of Barnstable Police Department will serve as the grant manager for this grant funding. And you have the analysis and further detail in front of you. I can answer any questions you may have.
Very good, thank you. Any questions on my right? Vice President Clark?
Quick question. Is there more work yet to be done?
Yes, absolutely. This is basically to get us through the final design and hopefully very close to the construction phase. We're still a couple years out before we're there.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion on my left? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque, oh, excuse me, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary. Penn,
yes,
Schnapp,
Yes.
12 yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2026-035. Councilor Lutke, please.
Well, shall we do these two as a consent agenda?
Well,
No?
no,
Okay.
no, because
All
there's
right.
going to, I've been informed there perhaps be a motion to bifurcate one of them, so. Oh, you're not going to do that?
All right, this is new business. It's a first reading. Refer to a second reading on October 9th, 2025. It's item 2026-035, appointments to a board, committee, commission, and it's for the Disability Commission and the Planning Board.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to move this to a first reading. Is there any, no discussion? Madam Clerk? We had it, Vice President Clark seconded.
Oh, second reading.
I'm sorry, did I say first reading?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, second reading. Okay.
Counselors, Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
12 yes.
Very good, thank you. Motion does pass. 2026-036, Council Ledke.
Okay,
Oh, I'm
this is
sorry.
new
Counselor-
business.
I'm sorry.
What?
Seth, Councilor Burdick, didn't he?
Okay, I will pass to Counselor Burdick.
I thought I was going to get out of reading anything today, but guess not. So it's an item of new business. It's a first reading, refer to a second reading on 10/9/25. Item 2026-036, reappointments to a board committee commission as written.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to move to a second reading on 10/9/25. Madam Clerk?
Excuse me. Counselors Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
12 yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That takes us through the agenda. At this point, I would like to invite Mark Ells up for our fiscal policy and revenue strategy workshop.
I did. Completely. I was ready to go. Yeah.
Welcome, Mr. Milne.
Good evening. I'm going to defer to Mark Milne at this point. I had some introductory comments, but given the late hour and the fact we'd like to have some discussion, Mark, you're up. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, councils. Thank you, President Tamish and Manager Ells. Can share my screen here. Okay. Can you see this okay?
Yes.
Very well, thank you. So tonight I'd like to begin the discussion with the town council on fiscal policy as we embark on the beginnings of the FY27 capital and operating budget development. I'd like to begin first with providing you an overview of the operating budget beginning with fiscal year 25. We just closed fiscal year 25 and we'll be submitting for free cash certification next week with the Department of Revenue. Here is what our actual revenues for fiscal year 25 came in at versus the budget. We generated over $14 million of revenues above our budget targets, much of that being in the area of property taxes as we collected a lot of outstanding property taxes that were due from prior fiscal years. This also contributed to the strong collections in the areas of fines and penalties because the late payment of taxes includes various fines and penalties, and that's why that category of revenue is $1 million over what we budgeted. Motor vehicle excise tax collections were strong again, and of course investment income performed very well, almost $4.5 million against a budget of just under $2 million. So it was a good year for revenue collections for the town. On the expenditure side, every budget came in within their budget level. Of course, snow and ice removal was the only area that was overexpended, which is allowed by law. However, we returned over $6.2 million in unspent appropriations for fiscal year 25. So what that additional revenue does, and these returned appropriations as well, is they contribute to surplus. And here is a history of our general fund certified free cash over the past 10 years. You can see we started off at about $13.9 million on July 1, 2016, and by the time we get free cash certified as of July 1, 2025, we're expecting it to come in at just over $36 million as a result of the favorable revenues that we received and the returned appropriations. So all in all, it was a good fiscal year for the town. We built our surplus up and that's going to allow us to strategically deal with some of the challenges that we're going to be facing over the next few years, which I'll go over in a couple of minutes. Here's how the savings gets distributed in accordance with our 60/40 revenue sharing agreement. First, we set aside 4% for the town council's policy reserve, which is currently $8.6 million. And then there's $12.5 million allocated to the municipal savings account and $14.6 million for the school savings account. We do have a little bit of opioid settlement money that got closed out to the general fund a few years ago, and we've received our first settlement payments. So I'm keeping those separate and aside because we need to spend those specifically on opioid-related expenditures. Moving into fiscal year 26, we approved a $10.5 million budget increase for the general fund operations, which was about 5%. A similar budget increase for fiscal year 27 is going to require us to find $11 million of revenue growth in that fiscal year if we keep that kind of budget percentage. However, we don't believe that's sustainable. Here are some of the budget drivers and pressures that we're feeling right now. Of course, labor contracts. Predominantly, our budget is made up of personnel, salaries, and associated benefits. The health insurance and pension assessments that go along with those positions. We have school assessments approaching $15 million at this point with charter, regional, and school choice programs. Property casualty and liability insurance premiums continue to rise above inflation. This is something that many factors contribute to, not only our claims experience, but what's happening nationally with disasters. We have aging infrastructure, of course. Every community does, and we need to fix and repair and replace and improve that from time to time. And of course, the comprehensive wastewater management plan is putting pressure on the budget. So for that tax levy growth, how do we fund the $10.5 million budget increase? Well, first, we raised property taxes by the amount allowable under Proposition 2.5, which was $3.7 million. In addition to that, we budgeted an estimate of new growth from improved property, which is allowed under Proposition 2.5, of $1,250,000. And then there's a small growth in the tax levy growth for a couple of exclusions that we have that we can add to the tax levy. That includes our share of the debt service on the Cape Cod Tech's new high school, as well as our assessment from the Cape Cod Commission. So the increase in the tax levy is $5 million. Then we looked at our overlay account, or the amount that we set aside for abatements and exemptions every year, and we decided we could reduce that by over $800,000 based on our experience of what we issued in abatements in the last fiscal year. So that redirects that $858,000 to the operating and capital budgets, leaving us with $5,864,000 that we were able to direct towards that area of the budget. Still short about $5 million to make up that $10.5 million budget increase. So where did we get that from? Well, we had a slight increase in state aid of $475,000. We increased our revenue estimate in excise taxes by just over $300,000. Fees, licenses, and permits by $454,000. We dramatically increased our revenue estimate for investment income based on what we anticipate to happen in the markets. Even though we took in $4.5 million last year, we're going to conservatively stay with $3 million. The interest rate cut that was approved by the federal board yesterday, I believe, will impact this number as well as the anticipated future cuts, but we still think we'll be able to achieve $3 million in revenue. Our enterprise fund chargebacks went up by 9%. It's just based on a formula that we have that we apply consistently from year to year. And we were still $2 million short of what we needed to balance the budget. So we increased the amount of general fund reserves we used from $6.3 million to $8.4 million. And that's how we paid for the growth in the budget of $10,571,000. Relying that much on reserves going forward we don't believe is sustainable based on what we're projecting in revenue growth. So we have to plan. We're in a strong financial position, and what I mean by that is we have a very strong reserve level, which will allow us to implement planned reductions to the operating and capital budgets if we need to do so over a multiple year period as opposed to making drastic cuts in one fiscal year. And this is why we have a AAA bond rating, because it's not about how much money you have to spend. We don't have enough money to do everything that we wanted to do. But what we do have, we manage well. I kind of equate it to somebody making $50,000 a year with about 15% of their salary in a savings account, or about $8,000, which is about where we're at. And they have an 850 credit score. They live within their means. They save money, they live within their means, they don't spend beyond what their means are, and that's what the town of Barnstable does. And so looking more closely at our local receipts, we took in about $29.8 million in fiscal year 25 in these categories, but we're only budgeting $25.9 million, leaving us with about a $3.8 million cushion. Okay, so we could use that to balance the FY26 budget as opposed to using reserves, but we purposefully do it this way to avoid a general fund revenue deficit that could occur during a period when there's a downturn in the economy or service levels drop. So it's a strategy we've implemented for years successfully. Bond rating agencies like it. The Department of Revenue encourages communities to do this. They don't want communities budgeting their local receipts to the maximum level because it just puts them in a dangerous position going forward. And this represents about 1.7% of the overall general fund budget. So here's what we're looking at for the next 5 years. These are targets, not budgets. Again, just targets. If we were to target a budget increase of, on line 2, of 4.25% in 27 and drop that down to about 3.5% over the next 5 years, we're looking at annual budget increases of around $9 million. So how would we pay for that? Well, we'd increase the tax levy by the amount that we can under Proposition 2.5, which is about $4 million. We're targeting about $1 million in state aid growth every year. Local receipt growth, $2 million growth. I think we can achieve that based on what we've experienced over the past 10 years. But then we need another $2 million in new property tax growth in order to generate the revenue to meet those budget targets. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So if we implement this strategy, what it will do is it will ultimately reduce our dependency on the reserves, and it will allow us to systematically, in a thoughtful and strategic way, implement reductions, if necessary, to our operating and capital budgets without a dramatic hit in any one year. So our savings balance will be projected to decline from $36 million on line 14 down to about $17 million by fiscal year 31. If we can generate $5 million a year in surplus, which we have over the past 10 years historically generated about $8 million, so $5 million I think is achievable. That'll still leave us about $7 million above the town council's 4% policy reserve. So these are just some targets that we can begin to think about when we develop our budget strategy for next year and the years beyond. Well, I should mention that $2 million of new property tax growth revenue represents about $328 million in new value. It's pretty significant. Here's a history of the past 10 years of our new property tax growth. We've never achieved $2 million in a year, and we may not be able to do so. Okay, so we'll look at other ways to make up the difference. Fiscal year 24 and 25 were a couple of the strongest years that we've had over the past 10 years, and there were a couple of large projects that came on our assessment rolls during those years. We had the Vineyard Wind. Most of the Vineyard Wind project's value came on the tax rolls in fiscal year 24, and most of the Wilkins 1 project came on the tax rolls in fiscal year 25. I think Binion Wynn is valued at about 115 million, and Wilkins is about 63 million. So that's the kind, I'm not saying that's the kind of project we need for new growth, but that's the kind of growth that we need in the tax levy in order to sustain the budgets. So here are some policy questions to think about for the operating budget funding. How do we maximize? What strategies do we put in place to try to maximize that new property tax growth, targeting revitalization or growth that the community wants and the community needs? And this would help reduce our dependence on reserves to balance the budget. Other things we should think about, should we redirect some of our general fund resources currently going to the capital side of the budget back to the operating side of the budget? Well, what does that mean? We'll end up having to be able to do less capital if we did that. We're still waiting to hear about the Municipal Empowerment Act. However, if that does get approved, it allows for some additional local taxing options, and we would need to make a decision whether or not to adopt those, and if so, where do we direct that new revenue, to the operations side or the capital side of the budget? And then finally, should an operating budget override question be considered to maintain our current service levels, to reduce the reliance on reserves, or should we go for reducing services? Jumping into the capital program, currently we dedicate about 8% of our general fund budget to the capital program, or $17 million. This is a combination of debt service and pay-as-you-go financing, about 4% each. The rule of thumb, it's not any, there's no guidance out there on this, but the rule of thumb is that you try to keep your debt service at or below 10% of your total budget. It's rating agencies like to see that, and your total capital commitment anywhere from 7 to 12% of your operating budget. So we're in pretty good shape here. We're at 8% in that range of 7 to 12 for total capital commitment, and we're at 4% for debt service right now, which is well under 10%. But the CWMP is going to place significant pressure, upwards pressure on that. And our capital trust fund projections show that we can finance about $15 million in new debt every single year for the next 5 years. However, we have $300 million of project requests for the general fund. So $75 million over 5 years versus $300 million is a significant shortfall. So the question is, should some of these larger capital projects be financed with debt exclusions so that we can do all the other stuff that's in there? Continuing with the CWMP financing, our current general fund commitment to this program is $5 million annually. We made a 5-year commitment to increase that by $750,000. FY27 is the last or 5th year of that commitment. With that commitment, the funding has been identified for all the projects approved through fiscal year 26, and the projects we're looking at for fiscal years 27 can go forward using these current commitments and the assumptions that we have made in our projection for the financing of the CWMP. FY28 and beyond will require additional resources to be created in order to continue with the implementation of the plan. So a policy question here is, what mechanisms do we utilize going forward to continue with the plan's implementation? Do we seek debt exclusion overrides? Do we adopt a municipal water infrastructure investment fund, which works like the community preservation surcharge? It's a 3%, it could be up to a 3% surcharge on real estate tax bills. Do we redirect more general fund operating budget resources to this program? Problem with that strategy is it really puts strain on our operating budgets. Do we revisit the system development charge conversation that we had back in 2019 when we were implementing the funding plan for the CWMP? This topic came up recently with the Wilkins 2 project. If we implement the systems development charge, it applies to everyone, and not just, we can't just pick and choose who to charge it. So we can look at that again. And do we assess more of the cost of the program on user rates and raise it through the rates and charges for the sewer enterprise fund? And of course, again, the Municipal Empowerment Act, we're still waiting for approval. Perhaps that revenue should be dedicated to the CWMP. And finally, some tax levy shifting options that we deal with every year. Adopting a split tax rate is not going to benefit us in a way that it doesn't raise any more taxes for the community. It only shifts it between the residential and the commercial property owners. And the detriment to the commercial property owners is significant, where there's very little benefit to the residential property owner. And that's because 90% of our property tax levy is residential. We still have the residential exemption. We have room to increase that there. We're at 25%. We could go as high as 35%. If we are ultimately designated a seasonal community, we could potentially increase that to 50%. So one of the policy questions here I had was, should any increase in the residential exemption be tied to a tax levy increase? Ballot question, to help minimize or even eliminate the impact on a median value property owner. We had this conversation a few years ago. We talked about implementing this kind of strategy to try to keep the tax levy increase or tax bill impact on a median homeowner neutral with the corresponding passage of some kind of debt exclusion or operating budget override. So that concludes my comments, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mark, I had one question. On the CWMP, we have so many regular capital projects, I mean, the list is this long, that probably won't be accomplished within 3 years, 4 years, or whatever. Some of them, I mean, it just seems some of them have been sitting there forever and haven't even started yet. What would be the effect if you said, okay, we're going to skip 1 year and put all that money towards the CWMP? What kind of effect would that have?
You mean if we, I'll make sure I understand the question. If we didn't implement or approve any new projects for the CWMP in 1 year?
We skipped a year. Other than the 2 or 3 year cycle ones that require additional funding, but no new projects.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, CIP. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and certainly if we took a year off, financially it wouldn't change anything significantly. We still need to dedicate the resources because of the size of that program. However, it will slow things down a little bit from the standpoint of trying to achieve what the ultimate goal of that program is, which is to reduce the nitrogen loading. But 1 year probably wouldn't significantly impact that.
Maybe, I apologize if I misspoke, but what I was saying is take the money from the CIP and move it to CWMP for 1 year. Just would that help with the funding schedule significantly, or is it a drop in the bucket?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. That is a drop in the bucket.
Okay. I was afraid you were going to say that.
My apologies.
Drop in the toilet. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll start on my right. Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I had a question for Mark. You made the point that we needed the equivalent of a Wilkins every year. I don't see that as being sustainable. How do we build a Wilkins every year? I mean, you did say that, right? Something equivalent to that?
Sometimes multiple projects can contribute to the value of a project like that. As you can see from the previous years, we had in excess of $1 million of new property tax growth without a Wilkins, without a Vineyard Wind. There are other ways to achieve it through, more smaller projects as opposed to one large-scale project. And yeah, that is a challenge. How do we do that? I think that's a challenge for our community. I mean, you really need to focus on revitalization, I believe, as opposed to developing large tracts of vacant land, which we don't have anymore.
Counselor Burdick.
So, I mean, looking at the overall financial picture, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, we have some sort of, I don't know whether you'd call them innovative new ways to raise money if the things come through for our municipal empowerment, whatever the terminology is that's coming from the state, in order to create new taxes to collect. But, I mean, it seems pretty clear to me, and we've been talking about this and kind of beating around the bush with this for a couple of years now, that there's no real clear strategy forward here except for things that are based on overrides. I mean, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way. Now, when it comes to the WIF or whatever it is, the water again, acronym that I can't remember because it's 11 o'clock at night, the Water Resources Improvement Fund or whatever that is like the Community Preservation Act, that's a ballot initiative or that's a home rule petition? It's a ballot initiative to enact that? Yes. Right. So, I mean, and I don't know if you all got the roadmap from the school department recently. Did we all see that, of course, or most of us? And how much of, there were a lot of forward-looking statements, obviously, within that document. A lot of them pertain to at least what I read. I didn't read the entire thing on, in depth. But there was talk of revisiting the split in revenue between the school department and the town. There was also talk of there's a strategy that they would deploy. It was for us to take on an override for the CWMP in order to free up money to shift to their operating budget. So how much of that is reflected in that picture that we just saw? Were any of those forward-looking statements regarding their financial position calculated into the wiggle room that's in your projections?
No, my projections do not include changing any 60/40 revenue sharing agreement or redirecting the $5 million currently committed to the CWMP back to the operating side of the budget. However, since you brought that up, if that were to happen, if there was, say, a debt exclusion override for $5.75 million, which is what we're currently dedicating to the CWMP, you could redirect all those dollars back to the operating side of the budget, which would go a long way to reducing the amount of reserves that we're using to balance the operating budget.
So, I mean, and looking at what, if it looks like in your the first set of projections in terms of the operating budget, a gradual wind down of our services as our capital needs increase doesn't seem tenable to me at all, not even a little bit. Because how do we talk about, where do we end up after 10 years of doing that with no municipal service and all of our significant capital investments? Do you see what I'm trying to say? That when I look at what we've just seen, though, it doesn't sound alarming in a way when Mark presents it, because he's he's very comforting in his way. But, and he has, he makes it sound good and it's nice, and we've done a good job of managing our finances up to this point. But I think it is somewhat alarming. I think that we should be alarmed by what is the wind? How do you tell people that? You say, well, we've got a lot of capital improvements that need to be made, and so we're going to gradually wind down the services that you rely on in the municipal side, police, private roads, whatever the thing is that we need to be constantly improving on. And we're going to put it all into the sewer, and that'll be fine. And then the schools, they're on their own. I mean, but you see what I'm trying to say? I think it is right now. It seems clear to me that one of our primary focuses should be, and if not the primary focus, because we have a fiduciary responsibility. That is, to me, one of our primary jobs here is to maintain, because there is no town without the finances to operate it. It's just like, it's a business in a way, but it isn't, of course, but you have to be able to operate. So I think this is, we've been dancing around this for a while, but it's important. I think we really need to get on top of it now. And I'm not going to go on anymore. Jeff is raising his hand, and Mark has risen to the podium.
Councilor Mendez.
I hate to tell you I told you so, but I told you so. I've been talking about this for over a year. This is what we get for constantly taking property off the tax rolls. This is what we get for doing foolish things with money. Okay? Everybody saw this coming. I mean, I'm not that smart, but it's simple. You can't spend money you don't have. Period. Everybody likes to talk about taking things off the tax rolls for conservation. That's great. But it's going to be really bad when we don't have money to pay the snowplows. This is the type of stuff I've been talking about. People are talking about spending all kinds of money to buy Baxter's. This town's not going to be able to buy fish and chips at Baxter's pretty soon. So think about that. This is the type of stupid stuff that I'm talking about. Our constituents expect better of us. Our first responsibility to this town is the fiscal responsibility of this town. That's our first responsibility. So keep on taking property off the tax rolls, keep on putting things into conservation, and, DCPC, all that foolishness. And this is what we're going to get. Period. We have to think. We can't just do things with emotion. We have to do things that are proper for the town. We all pay taxes in this town. Okay? But it's about time we started taking care of it like it's money coming out of our pockets for our households. Like I said, I'm from here. I love the Cape. Of course I do. But our first responsibility isn't to take things off the tax rolls. It's to add things to the tax rolls. We're going to have to liquidate property. We're going to have to sell property. Okay? We're going to have to get our house in order. That's what we're going to have to do. So enough of the pie in the sky. Let's do this capital project. Let's do that capital project. We can't afford it. Period. We can't. Unless you want to have a tax increase. And a massive one at that.
I need a vote for going after 11 o'clock.
Do we need that if we're in the middle of an item? It's just if we start something new, correct? Okay. Any other discussion on my left? Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Tamish. I think also the other part of the pressure, too, is the amount of nonprofits that we have coming into our community where we no longer have taxes. I do want to give credit to the tie and the TIF people who were criticized for reducing tie and TIF agreements, but we were very generous, giving 20 years of tax incentive exemptions, and that probably was wonderful back in the day and was short-sighted at the time, and it was giving away the house. So I think it's not just buying Baxter's. I think it's a lot of things. I don't disagree with you. I think it's also other things as well, and I just want to add those to the conversation. Thank you.
I agree with you 100%, but I only talk about things I do when I'm here, things that I'm responsible for. That's what I talk about. And the fact of the matter
we
is
could have continued. We could have continued in our time together here.
Oh, yeah.
We could have more and more nonprofits coming in here, and which reduces
Absolutely.
our,
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. But we have more and more nonprofits coming in here, but we can't do things that are counterproductive to what we need, like that armory. Perfect example. Waste of money. And now we're going to have to explain to our constituents why we don't have services anymore. Because we want to buy an armory. Or we want to put money into an armory, a building that's fallen down, that has no use.
Councilor Burdick.
I won't say much, and I realize I don't usually say much, and it's already past my bedtime, and I'd be gone by now. But I just think that, all these things are true. I think that we need to have this workshop occurring at this time of night is not ideal, obviously, because I think it's super important, and I know that Mark has lots to say. But I think that we need to really seriously look at the override situation, and that is, I think, the only reasonable strategy that we have to execute. In addition to those other things, we could also try to pull on hopefully the state will approve those things, the additional taxes that we can levy, and maybe we can also try to do that maybe the water improvement fund will be an easier sell for people than an override. But I think that we need to have either workshops. I don't love workshops, but a workshop regarding what our options are, what the situation would look like, and how we should approach those kinds of things. How we can either get an operating override or a capital override relating to the CWMP specifically, I think. And we need to have also determine what our strategy is going to be and how we're going to face the school department, because that's a huge part of our budget and is looking to become a much larger part of our budget. So if we're not being proactive in trying to determine our strategy and how we're going to handle these things now and are working on them, they're going to get lost in the chatter. We have meetings that go on and on because of a lot of sound and fury as it pertains to all kinds of things outside of what the primacy of our responsibility here, which is to make sure that the town functions. So anyway, I'm hoping that we will be able to get the information that we need as a legislative body to intelligently assess and go after a strategy relative to overrides, because me personally don't see how we're going to continue without at least looking at that and giving it a hard look and seeing what we can do.
Very good points, great points that you're making. Just as a point of information, we wanted to put this on even though we knew it was going to be late tonight, so that we had the information available to us for the strategic planning session. So it was kind of put in there, but
16th.
we don't have to. If we're in an item, we can finish that item, but we have to vote to start a new one. Huh?
Yeah, 16th.
I know you did, which is why I didn't ask you. Town Manager Ellis, did you? I'm sorry.
Thank you, and I'm sorry.
I just wanted to echo what Councilor Burdick has been saying, that, the clock has been ticking, and I think the strategy of how we're going to raise that additional revenue is really critical, because if you focus on the operating side, it's, you're adding, in perpetuity, a debt exclusion, you get 30 years of whatever you're adding, but it might be an easier sell. So, and I think the school situation, to me, is a huge, we haven't had, it's been almost 30 years since we've had a major school investment, and I can't imagine that isn't right around the corner. So how do we deal with all those three things?
Absolutely. Mr. Ellis?
I'll just be quick, Mark, and correct me if I'm misdirected, but we really need two concurrent, ongoing, strategic discussions with the town council. We need to be talking about a strategy to generate revenue for the operating budget that generates $2 million new dollars of growth every year for us to sustain level service. Is that correct?
Even with the $2 million of growth, we're still looking at scaling back on the operation side.
Yep.
We can't, 5% budget increases are not sustainable. We historically were looking at 3.5% to 4% budget increases on an annual basis. The past few years have been 6%, 8%, 5%. We've had really strong Chapter 78 increases, but those aren't happening anymore. So we need to scale back the size of our budget increases. And even if we do that, it's still going to need $2 million of new growth dollars to maintain that smaller. Even though it's growing at a smaller rate.
Right. So that's one discussion that hopefully starts tonight and continues till we know, the strategy and the fiscal policy that surrounds it. And just by the way, if you want to, sometimes I get asked the question, where do these policies, where are they? They're in the budget book every year. In FY26, they were on page 63 and 64. These are the town council's policies. So you can take a look at them. Second to that, or in parallel with that, Mark, concurrent is, I guess, the right word. Concurrent with that, we need to be having a discussion with our council about how we're going to fund the CIP. And a big chunk of that is, and most of the policy in recent years, not over certainly my time here, but in recent years, has been focused on the CWMP. But there was a time where we weren't putting any money into public roads. And we worked with our council to come up with the, almost $4 million a year in cash that we put toward public roads. So it evolves. We're not the town of wastewater. We're the town of Barnstable. I know you all know that. But the CIP is the CWMP is part of the CIP. New schools, if they end up being built, is part of our CIP. So we really need to be discussing, separate but concurrent, a strategy to fund the CIP as we understand it moving forward. And you've laid out a series of ways we could do that, all the way from a debt exclusion to user fee increase in the case of enterprise funds and everything in between. There are some additional opportunities that might come out, of other new revenue sources that perhaps don't exist right now, but that's not going to solve our CIP challenges. We're looking at the need for a debt exclusion vote at some point in the future, or some combination of that and other. So for you all to have good information relevant to when that needs to occur, how much it would be, what are the other options, we need to have, starting today, until we come up with those strategies, ongoing discussions in both of these areas. That's the way we've always done it since I was Public Works Director, and that's the way we need to continue to do this. A lot of what's being said about decisions that are made, whether to invest in assets, looking at assets, we're only one area, but certainly an important area of how we're going to do this. We can't make decisions without knowing the long-term implications on our budget. So we're ready. Mark and I and staff are ready. I don't know how much further you want to go tonight with discussions, but that's what I see, Mark. Mark, we're going to look to you to make strong recommendations as to, you've kept us in a financial position that's recognized nationally for half a century at this point. I don't know if you all know that, but we are. I called from Newport, Rhode Island the other day saying, can we look at your budget book? Can we see how you do it? We get that from all over the country. And so, like Mark said, it's not that we have excessive amounts of resources, but we manage our resources well. And that's why we have a AAA bond rating. That's why we're looked at nationally. This is what it takes to maintain that moving forward. CWMP is as big of a challenge as we've ever had, but we'll manage it with your help. Thank you.
Councilor Starr.
I just wanted to ask about the school department has done facilities assessments, and they need, what, $50, $60 million? And they can actually initiate their own override. Is that true?
No.
No. Okay. I was just wondering. Okay. I wasn't sure.
You determine
whether
what goes to the voters.
Request one.
They could request one, yeah.
Through, but
Yeah.
we would.
I know, we were worried, a couple of years ago, whether they would request one at the same time we would request one, and
No, it all comes through council.
Yeah.
I mean, Karen or Mark, am I incorrect with that? No.
okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Any further discussion? To be continued.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Did anybody want to make a motion to adjourn? Huh? Oh,
Motion to adjourn.
no. Oh, by the way, just as a point of information, the workshop on the town events has been put off, so, okay? All right, motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Second.
Moved and seconded, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark, Crow,
Yes.
Levesque, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Light agenda, yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
12 yes. I don't know why I kept saying